believed that I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you have just pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, and playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt is gonna hang over your name. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in, I'm under your skin, now I'm gonna settle the score. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now won't stand down. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now wake up, run for your life with me. Wake up, run for your life with me. In another perfect life, in another perfect life, we run, we run, we run.
welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome, everyone. I like me an entrance. What are you gonna do? You know, much hair is literally my Instagram's like description in my bio. Literally, much hair defines me as a person, I think. What is going on? Welcome to the people who have already joined. Thank you very much for taking such a head start on that. Pytos Beats, Couch Tracks, and Emitros. Y'all have been pretty active these days. Y'all have been here getting your names in. That's cool. I like that. I respect that. What's good? How's everybody doing? How's everyone's week? Mine was cool, slow. I still don't have a job. Still wondering how rent's going to be paid this month. That's how it is. But D&D was awesome. My two players who left told me how they were gonna exit the campaign very gracefully, and my two players who came to who switched in to the campaign were like injected very nicely into the story. So in the imaginary world, my life's great. That's so sad to say it that way. But yeah, I honestly wasn't expecting a stream this day. Emitros, I try and keep it to Tuesdays in general. I try and keep at least one day for y'all so that I could like listen to your music. And usually Tuesdays seems to be the day that I've done that in general. I might be starting, I'm not sure yet what I'm going to be doing with this channel, I'll be honest with you. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be delving further into it or if we're going to be just sticking with once a week. My dream would be to have like 1 or 2 feedback streams a week, then a day where I could like play music on different instruments. Would you guys wish to see that? And then there's days where I'm actually working on my clients' like files that I could also stream online. That's the ideal. But life doesn't work ideally, as we know. So yeah. Mine was snowy and cold, but Couch Tracks, same though. Here in Montreal, it is brutal. We got something like, I don't know if it's better to measure in feet or meters for you guys, but we got something like a meter of snow in the past couple of weeks, or 3 to 4 feet, and it's been fucking brutal. It's been really cold as well. It's actually really cold these days. We're supposed to go for a little walk later after the stream, and it's like, are we sure we need to? Are we sure we need to leave the house? Couch Tracks, where did you get snow? How much did you guys get? What were you looking at? I'm not trying to like do a dick measuring competition or anything. I'm just saying Montreal's fucking brutal, dude. Where are we talking for you? Emitros, I forgot to continue my D&D game. That's a shame, my friend. That's really unfortunate. It's like, I wish you resumed that. Life in Baldur's Gate is much better than the real thing. I mean, the real like life? Yes, absolutely. I wish I could fucking play Baldur's Gate. God damn it. But yes, absolutely. Although I gotta say, I know someone who I actually know 2 people who have played Baldur's Gate for the past couple of months. And they're both in my campaign now. And I'm in one of their campaigns. One of those 2's campaigns. We're playing Strahd. So, like, I gotta say, I would probably prefer D&D to Baldur's Gate, if I'm being honest with you. Just like, I've seen the gameplay, and it's like something I would do on my own, absolutely. But there's something about playing that with other actual people, even despite the flexibility of Baldur's Gate 3, there's nothing like the real thing. Well, that's more than we got, like 3 inches. Oh, jeez. That's still not nothing, dude. Like, it's in some places of the world where there's no, like, infrastructure or support systems to deal with snow, 3 inches could shut the entire place down. I remember there was a year in Montreal where we got something like, I think, 2 meters of snow in the span of a week. Like 6 feet of snow in the span of a week. It was crazy. We got like a whole meter in a day. It was the most crazy fucking thing ever. And like in Paris, they were getting snow as well. But they were getting like 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, which is the equivalent of like an inch. And the roads were shutting down and they were like closing businesses. Schools were closed for the days. And like, we are here with like literally 5 feet of snow outside of our home doors going like, well, I guess I got to shovel myself out here and get back to work. And it was great. We were watching news reports from France, and there was like videos of people in Montreal reacting to news reports in Paris. It's the funniest thing ever. You hear them cursing in Quebec French. It's great. It's great. Here I am dying of heat. Yeah, I wish I was. Honestly, I prefer deathly summers to blistering winters any day of the week and twice on Sundays. No comparison for me. Fucking give me blistering hot summers rather than blistering cold winters. I'll deal with it all year. I don't care. I'll sweat my balls off. That's fine. Put some ice packs on my drawers. We're good. Nah, I'm in Kentucky. We have good snow system and lots of trucks. So yeah, I've heard that it depends in like states like that, in Kentucky and stuff like that, where there's like a line where they don't get any snow and they're starting to get snow is what I've heard. Like Texas too, they're starting to have to like crack down on winter because they're actually getting decent amounts of snow and ice and cold and stuff. So I've heard that some places in the South are like well equipped, but the South where the snow is not a thing, then they're just starting to get it now. They're like, okay, maybe we should do something about this, which is funny. But I'm glad you guys are equipped. I'm glad about that. Kentucky, I'm glad in Kentucky that there's some good infrastructure for that shit. Saying my elbows and knuckles get chapped as fuck in the winter. Bro, the elbows, they look like I just dipped them in chalk sometimes. And like, nothing I can do about that. I put moisturizer on, it just sucks up and it's gone. And it's gone. I prefer summer so much. So fucking much I prefer summer. All right, folks. Today I'm exporting in 720. I'm streaming in 720. Hopefully that doesn't affect the quality of the video so much. I see I'm looking at the playback and it's like kind of less clear and less vivid, I suppose, than what I'm used to with my stream. But I'm noticing that there's less delay overall. I'm looking like with a lot less delay, actually, and a lot less latency. So I'm happy about that. If you guys notice at any point that the latency gets bad, let me know, because I'm testing different outputs and stuff like that. I might scale it up a little bit up from 820 to maybe an what's the word, unconventional size, so that it could like fall somewhere between 1080 and 720. We can get that nice balance between streaming fluidity and resolution. Because I like the image. It's okay right now, but it's not anywhere near what I would like it to be, as I am seeing here. Let's, oh, forgot to turn on a camera today. Let me just get this cracking here. All right, that was it. That's done. Mine looks like rhino skin. I believe it, dude. Fucking believe it. Fucking hate winters. Fuck winters. So in the name of fuck winter, let's get ourselves started here, folks. Let's just jump into it, right? Right? Let's just listen to some fucking feedback, some fucking music, and provide some feedback. Let's just do what we do on Tuesdays. So that would bring us to the top of the queue, which is Pyto's Beats. Pyto's, you are, you still with us, Pyto's? Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. All right, send me your link in the chat, if you could. So we're going to get our shit started. Did any of y'all hear the covers that I was playing before the stream, by the way? Those two songs, the Muse and the Foo Fighters songs? That's shit that I've been sitting on for months. And I just yesterday cracked open the project and finished them both. And I was like, okay, well, perfect. It's done. It's ready. That's shit that's fresh. So I'm glad. Yes, those were dope. I'm glad. I'm glad. They both... The Foo Fighters cover I actually did on stream, believe it or not. It was something that it was actually recorded on stream with over the span of like 2 or 3 sessions a couple of months ago. And unfortunately, that was before the time that Twitch was so loose on VOD, like downloading and uploading and exporting onto other platforms. So I never downloaded that episode and re-uploaded it to YouTube. But so we lost that one. But the result of it is still here. You're an amazing rock artist. Thank you very much. This is where I come from in general. So it's where we're starting, at least. But let us listen to some Paitos beats. Oh God. Okay, so this is German. Außer Kontrolle. I don't. Yeah, I can't really tell you what else is this says here. 93 BPM. That's good. That's good. So let's listen to this track by Paitos Beats. Let's start it off. It's a hip hop type beat. Is this going to be like, before I start it actually, is there going to be like lyrics that are going to go on top of this? Or is this supposed to be an entity that exists without any vocals of any kind? Let me ask that to you. Only beat. Okie doke. But is it gonna have vocals? Like, is the intention for it to have vocals? Or is it like, no, this is, it needs an artist. Okay, cool. Perfect. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our day off on the right foot with Paitos Beats and his hip-hop track, Außer Kontrolle. That's the only way that I could identify this track. 93 BPM. Let's go! Okay, that's more than 2 minutes, but who gives a fuck? It's an outro. Yeah, this is going to be great with some lyrics. I totally agree with you, Couch Tracks. This is actually pretty dope, dude. Like, the dynamics of it are great. You leave a lot of this, like, sort of floating stuff going on, and your drums just cut through on a much, much higher volume scale. That's good, because percussive elements like that, when they cut through like that, they create that contrast with your other elements on their own. So it's pretty well mixed. Juiceweed, thank you for joining the queue. What you're going to do is just keep your SoundCloud link at the ready, but when it's your turn in the queue, you're going to see this little notification in the chat, and it's going to be your turn, so you'll be able to send your link right here in the Twitch chat when it's your turn, basically. We're going to go through all the other three. I got a couple of notes. I'm not, like, the... Okay, so first of all, a couple of notes. I did notice that you took the same chord progression. And you slowed that down to halftime for like the verse, supposed verse areas. That's good. That's like a nice variation in feel. It does sort of drag out our elements well. I don't necessarily think that there was any like space missing in the first place with that particular riff, but the fact that you slowed it down actually opens it up quite a bit. So it's nice. The only thing that I don't love about that specific synth is the way that the oscillation kind of sounds a little bit lazy, I guess. Not that you did it in a lazy way, but that it could have been slightly more tuned to, like, scooched to the beat of the song. I'll show you what I mean here. I had an example. There, where you hear the pitch change. Da, 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 da. It's kind of sloppy in that way. Those little details like that, where the one synth that's playing throughout, you kind of want it to be like flawless. You kind of want it to be tight, so that there's nothing distracting us from when the vocals do come in, and they might take a breath at any moment, that there might be like a void of vocals right at that moment, worst case, you know? I like this laggy. Orphan Cripplin, thank you so much, appreciate that. I do do more than just songs, beats, tracks. I do everything, like Amitro says, 100%, right? So if you want to join the queue, you just command join, and then you hold your link until it's your turn. Juiceweed. So yeah, you like this laggy feeling. I understand. That's why I'm like, it's the thing that I don't like about it. It's not to say that it's a bad thing. It's not to say that it's a bad thing at all. It's just something that I notice it, and if I'm noticing it, then it's probably not a good thing. But like, it's a question of preference, I guess. I would tune it up because the rest of your track is super tight and super on the ball. And if there's just one thing that is not great, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of out of place. Even though you like that laggy feeling, the rest isn't laggy, and it's sort of contrasting with the very song itself. It doesn't sound like it's on theme. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, I think that was pretty much one of the only things, because it's hard to judge what this song will sound like until the vocals are on it, and then I could give some strict critiques. But I like the shape of it. It's like, it comes in nice and hot with the intro. What I'm hoping for you here is that, like, something new comes in here vocally, so that, you know, introduce the song a little bit quicker, just because the full 2 bars, or rather, that's 2 bars. The full 4 bars, that's a long time for an intro for nothing to happen, I guess. So I would say, like, maybe get something in at the intro a little quicker. But if the vocals do that, then you have nothing to worry about. The silence here was nice. The cut back into the beat was good. What I'd say is also, maybe if you had harmonies for your main riff, where you're like, it might provide something different around the end of the song. If you wanted to, like, create some melodic variation, you could add some of those harmonies in around here. Like, let me just put a mic on, just like sing out what it would sound like with that. I'm not necessarily saying it's the move, but 1, 2. Whoa! Wrong preset, bro. Let's hear. Yeah, I like it. I like the idea behind it. I think that it could add some nice melodic contrast, something that just refreshes a little bit. But that would be my only real idea for the end, because other than that, it's pretty much, it's on theme, right? Everything's on theme, and it'll depend on what your vocals are doing. That might not sit nice unless your vocals are doing something that is suitable to that. Let's see what you guys had to say about this song. Did good, man. Didn't make it too busy, so a vocalist will still be able to rap on it easy. Absolutely agree with that. It does sound like maybe a fat finger key miss too. That's true, actually. You could very well throw something in like that that'll, like, sort of fill in a little bit more of that space. It's an option. It's an option. Can you play an electric guitar over this beat? I mean, I can physically. Like it depends what you want to do. Of course, we could talk off stream if you want to talk about getting some pro guitar services. I absolutely can do that for you, my dude. It's easy, as a matter of fact. Only have 4 bars done on my next new one, so I'll have to wait till next time. That's okay, man. Take care of your shit, get your shit in order, and then we'll get your stuff back. We'll get your stuff listened to whenever it's ready. All right, Pyto's Beats. I appreciate your submission, man. Thank you for allowing us to listen to that beat, for allowing us to comment on it as well, being open to some of that feedback. I hope so. There's not much to be done here. I'm just looking forward to hearing it, finish with the full vocal setup. And when that's the case, I think we got some great. Oh, Dino Spumoni, an Italian. Mingya, bro. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm Italian as well, of origin. Born in Canada, but still. Welcome, Dino. Anyways, so we're going to keep moving on, but thank you once again, Pyto's Beats, for trusting us with your track. Very nice. Always good to see you again in this stream, my dude. We are moving on. We're moving on to Couch Tracks. Couch Tracks is already got my link ready. Look at this, my man. Pyto's Beats. I like those little emotes. Little goat emotes. Goat motes. I want some goat motes. I guess I should get stronger on my own emote game. Am I right? Because I don't have that many. I have some good ones though. I have some ones that are, universally used. Made this one because I hate this beat tag. You'll see what I mean. Goat motes. Love it. Where, Damn Son, a Gun for Hire story. Huh, that's a good name for a song, man. I hate this beat tag. Oh, okay, so you're gonna use, I hate producer tags. I fucking hate producer tags. It's like, did I get it? No fly kill. No kill. Dino Spumoni music, we just have to do the join command. Yes, it's the join command. Yeah, then you're in line basically. You'll when it's your turn, you'll be able to submit your link, but don't do it right yet because I'm gonna lose it either way in the chat. They fly. Okay, folks. I fucking love producer tags. Pytos, you kill me, man. Couch Track's not a fan either of tags. Yeah, I feel you. Got it. Bro. Bro, got it. Me, this guy knows what the fuck is going on over here. This guy is quick to catch on. First time viewer, but the fucking guy, he gets it. Anyways. Ad. Long 1-2 minute. Okay, well. I'm going to just do an ad song real quick. I haven't had to do an ad song in a while. Couch Tracks is back and the ad song is done. For those who are not new to the channel, I do the ad song whenever the person whose song we are either reviewing, about to review, about to listen to, gets an ad. That's kind of bullshit, right? Like, it's like your time to shine and then, oh, I gotta hear about Lysol wipes. Great. Fantastic. So I play the ad song. And for those who are not getting the ad at that time, you get a nice little musical interlude. So, ad song. Hashtag ad song. So, let's listen, folks. Couch Tracks track, Damn Son, a Gun for Hire story. Let's fucking go. Without further ado, the ads should be on theme, at least like the show us music gear ads. I agree. I totally agree. But that would be bad for us. That would be bad for us. We don't want personalized ads because at some point or another, we're going to be like, oh, that might actually get us spending money. Because it's like, oh, Universal Audio just released a new plugin and it's on sale. Oh, well, why wouldn't I buy it? And then like we're even more broke as musicians and it's just a vicious cycle. So I kind of prefer hearing about like Huggies diapers than hearing about like the newest interface from Audience, for instance. You know, does anyone feel me on this? Anyways, let's keep going on this shit. Let's listen to Couch Tracks' Damn Son, A Gun for Hire story. Let's go.
Damn, son, where'd you...
Get your ass, nigga!
Damn, son, I just got shot the fuck up.
Shut your bitch ass
And that's 2 minutes. Okay. Wow. That was a story. So first things first is actually the same thing that Pyto's just said. This song is loud. And it's not necessarily a compliment. I had to turn my potentiometer down, which is never a good thing, because I am a metal artist. No, I knew you were going to say thank you. I knew you were going to say thank you. And I was like, I've heard this before. No, this is not, this is too much. Too much. You're running into people's systems and it's distorting. You're not even getting the good qualities out of all your music. I don't recommend that. I understand the loudness wars. I understand that. But like the truth behind the matter is most people won't be able to appreciate the loudness, dynamic contrasts of this loudness without some form of consequence, whether it be distortion or just volume reduction because their systems can't handle it. When I play music off my Apple TV, there's this automatic, and it's fucking annoying, there's this automatic compressor that comes in when it hits 0.1 or something like that, and it just lowers the music by like a good solid 2-3 dB overall loudness. And I'm like, God damn it. And it's not all songs, it's just the ones that are like mixed loudly or mastered loudly. So I don't recommend it. I understand it, but I don't recommend it. And it's testament that my system was starting to distort, and I have crystal clear preamps and crystal clear AD converters and speakers that are super neutral and they have a good headroom. It's not recommended. But the storytelling, however, holy shit. There's not really any problem that I have. I have like 2 major comments about the actual like elements in the song. But yeah, we got to think about it real quick. So the only real problem that I have is like problem is there's some timing variations that I'm not a fan of. Like at the beginning, it sold. At the beginning, it sold because it was like already very up in the air timing wise as to what's going on. Let's listen through a little bit.
Damn, son, where'd you...
So the timing gets ambiguous as of this point anyways. You've cut it, you've done the record scratch, so like we're now not sure what's happening. So this is why at the beginning it's pretty cool.
Nigga!
I don't love hearing gunshots in a song, but I mean, at least it's painting a picture.
Damn, son, I just got shot the fuck up.
Shut up!
Hilarious.
Bitch ass!
So the rhythm's back now. And then from that point on, I was just enthralled with your sound design and with your mixing. It was just like, you did a great job. Obviously it's too loud, but beside that, it's just your song slaps real hard, real hard. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Get that down if you love. Yeah, for sure. We were talking about that before. Got an old Spanish ditty I haven't sent yet. Definitely different than my usual stuff musically. Okay, we'll hear that. Magic Ninja Beats. I'm looking forward to hearing that. I had to shoot the damn sun, guy. Hey, buddy, you got to shoot the damn sun, guy. So yeah, again, it's a story, but like it's not my favorite sound effect in a song because it's been widely overused. But it's used rather than a percussive element within the song itself. It's more of like you're sampling like a scene from a movie more than anything, which is why it's cool. But then this song's. Whoo, I really love that snare selection. I absolutely agree, Dino. It's very original. Very original. It's really cool. You literally could do it with the mouth. And it punches, it cuts through, which congratulations for a snare of this nature, which doesn't have all of the frequencies defined. It's cutting through really nice. It's actually a clap. Makes sense. Okay, the other timing, so the problem timing-wise that I had with this song is when it later on in the song here. No, not here. It's an eighth note, you know? It's not even a full quarter. It's an eighth note. I understand the goal. You're trying to destabilize. It does so. Not in a way that makes me favor your song. And that's speaking from the heart here. I want to favor your song on every moment. And I don't think that eighth note of difference is going to destabilize us enough to the point that you want us to, but it's not going to keep our, like, it's not going to ground us in the song enough. So it's going to be in this weird sort of gray, ambiguous middle zone where it's like, oh, okay, well, the beat comes back, but something feels wrong. And that's the word that comes back to mind. It's like, it's not a good or bad thing. It just feels incorrect. It's, I don't love it. But that's, and the other comment that I would have is that compared to the very, very denseness of this here is kind of empty feeling a little bit. But I agree that we actually need an empty section after that onslaught of wubs. It was so intense and so dense that, like, yeah, we needed something less, a little bit less intensity. So that's good. But yeah, the timing change, not a fan of it. It happens again, I think. And again, we do shift in terms of like timing here, so it's like it's just a lot of motion. And what usually these songs need is like a continuous forward moving motion. It's a preference thing, though. It's a preference thing. This is mostly for like my own OCD. I don't want it to necessarily deviate from that grid because I want to just keep slamming my head at the same rhythm. And I know that most people will want that as well. But it does destabilize. So that's what you're going for. It worked. But I mean, what else am I going to say about this song? Listen to this fucking drop.
Shut your bitch ass
Fucking shoot him with lasers, bud. Just fucking shoot him with lasers. You know what I mean? Fuck. Anyways, that's my point here. It's like, the pros way outweigh the cons. So yeah, I just don't know what more feedback you could extrapolate from this song. From the first 2 minutes of it, at least, it is lovely and it's on its way. I think it's pretty much almost done. Loud. Deviation from time isn't doing you any favors. If anything, it's, you know, taking away a bit from the energy of your song, which I don't want. I don't want that. So I would adjust that. But apart from that, thanks for letting us listen to your track, for allowing us to comment on it and provide feedback. Hopefully be open to those feedback, at least a couple of them at least. But apart from that, dude, that was a great fun time to listen to your track. It was like very close to put it in a fucking distro kit or some shit like that, because it's pretty much ready. I can dig it. I wasn't sure about the 4 to the floor part either. Yeah, I mean, the 4 to the floor the 4 to the 4 part, 4 to the floor, Jesus Christ. I don't love it, but it fits with the song and the tonality, the feel, the overall like momentum of the song. So yeah, it's not necessarily the most natural, smooth transition, but it does the job. I just think that the timing changes. It's not helping that change up that you're forcing already. But anyways. So that's it, man. Apart from that, Couch Tracks, thank you for trusting us with your track, man. A lot of fun to listen to. Looking forward to hearing that on platforms. Honestly. It sounded awesome. I had a lot of fun. All right. Emitros, you already know me, lol. Experimental Electronics 1 or Experimental Electronics 2, both are part of a video game I'm making, by the way. Well, holy shit. I'm looking forward to hearing about this video game. So we're going to do Experimental Electronics 1 from 1 to 10. And from 11 to 20, we're going to do Experimental Electronics 2. You know how I be. I got no skin in this game. Just going to roll a die and let it decide. It's a 10. So Experimental Electronics 1, please. Let's do it. Let's get that link there, Emitros. Thanks, man. I will release that one. Looking forward to seeing that shit, Couch Tracks. Truly, it's aggressive. And I like me some aggressive Queens songs. You know, metalhead. But yeah. I like it to hit me like a cannon. Come in like a wrecking ball. I'll stop. All right. On that very terrible note, the track Tiny Icarus by Emitros. I always forget, Emitros, if I say your name correctly, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, because I see the EMI in capitals, and I'm like, oh shit, have I been fucking this up every time I see your name? Well, folks, without further ado, let's move it along. We got a couple people in the queue. Thank you to everyone joining us today, by the way, whether it be on Facebook or Twitch. Yeah, I'm streaming to my personal Facebook, and y'all cannot have that. But let's listen with close ears to Tiny Icarus by Emitros. Damn. That was awesome, dude. That's an awesome experience. I'm loving the music that we're hearing today, guys. I'm loving it. I'm having a great time. Honestly, dude, again, I'm always impressed by your capacity, Amitros, because you not only produce like full orchestral pieces actually recorded and played by a full orchestra, or recorded by you but played by a full orchestra, but you and then come into the digital world and have this range. You have this crazy range, Amitros. This is excellent. I would say that the empty feeling that you're leaving, the space that you're leaving, does get filled in very nicely at the end. I personally would introduce small versions of elements that are in here, throughout, just in accents and stings, like a violin that comes in every now and then that throws us into the future, but only as this is what's coming, so that when it comes, we already feel like the two are part of like the same track. We feel like they're sort of unified. So like specifically, I started to notice that the emptiness was like kind of not boring, just a little hollow, specifically around this point, I think. By 30 seconds, I know that it's a soundtrack and that it's supposed to like happen over a long period of time, but even in that area, we could still throw in some like, oh, whole lot of coops. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. So, damn, an ad. You know what time it is. I think this is in F sharp, if I'm not mistaken. It's in G. That was a pretty quick ad song. Cool. A nice little in and out ad. Those are almost sometimes refreshing, actually, when you get this little ad like, okay, break up the continuity and monotony of my fucking voice. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's elements in here that I, like I said, would have introduced earlier in, basically. So I think personally you have things that you could very well refer to in your own song. But that's like very, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Ooh, it was a semitone low on my ad song though. I was trying to recreate this, but... So that introduction and that new melody is nice. It's good. It's not that it's too little too late. Again, this is video game music, so we're not approaching it the same way as like commercial music, but it's sort of more thematic, sort of more something that associated with a character or map like video game music usually is, or like an encounter. But I just think that the textures themselves complement themselves so well that sometimes we get monotonous a little bit. So just beware of that. Maybe this texture, that super high melody here. It's nice, it's ethereal, it's light, it's very carefree melody. It's nice, it's cool, it's great. And if it's a main melody for a protagonist, that's awesome, that's cool. It's like, it must be some form of like optimistic protagonist, you know what I mean? Something that is like, there's hope in the world, protagonist kind of person. That's what it feels like. And yeah, I just think that with that, the synth itself blends in with the rest a lot. If that's what you want, cool. Then carry on, sir. If you wanted the melody to sort of be the differentiating element, I might change the texture of that synth to something a little bit more standouty. But it just depends on what direction you're going, really, at the end of the day. Oh shit, a whole lot of coops joined the queue. Thank you very much, my dude, for joining the queue. We do listen to any genres. Oh, a link, bruh. You know. Yeah, yes. Seems to work for everyone else. So, yes. Let's keep going here. I don't think I have much more to say, honestly, because the second section did, like I said, it gave me, in the chat, I said it gives me like Spyro the Dragon vibes. It brings back life for my PlayStation 1, honestly, and that's fine. That's totally fine. There's a texture of PlayStation 1 music that is excellent. But this is it. Whole lot of coops, because you know, if I can really send or no, I had to upload my stuff on SoundCloud just to get feedback. Is that a problem? Is it a problem to upload to a free platform that takes like 5 minutes to upload? Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just making sure that it's not too much of a hassle, because yeah, we out here trying to figure out the best way to do this stream. You know what I mean? Anyways, let's keep going with this track. I don't think I have much more to say about this. The chord choices, as always, Dimitros, you're a composer. You know what to do. There's not much more I could say. The previous textures happily match these new ones, which is why I'm super thrilled, which is why I'm sort of suggesting that these elements maybe make introductions into the first part of your song as well, Dimitros, because that is fun. That is playing with your own music in a way that is just wonderful. Not just introducing new elements, but teasing the new elements to come, so that we only get a taste and we're like, oh, what's that? And by the time we get our question answered, it's so satisfying. That's the beauty of composition, I think. No, I'm just saying, like, I don't upload anywhere. I make music for fun. Oh, that's cool. You could set your track to private. You could totally do. I don't want you to, like, publish your tracks or anything. Like, just because SoundCloud just allows you to upload so easily, and because it's the least CPU demanding site I've used so far, that's just the one that I choose. But like, you have no intent. You have no obligation to like publish your track to the public. I just need somewhere to host it. That's pretty much it. So yeah, I mean, I'm like, that's just the simple reason that I'm doing that, not to like put your shit out there. Although it's out there, this is the internet, so I suppose it'll be there anyways. I put it on private. Yeah, for sure, do so, of course. Yeah, these are rough mixes, this is feedback. We don't expect to like publish our songs that are imperfect to the universe. Which is something I realized also about the, releasing the, never mind, I'll get to that later. Dimitros, let's finish up with your track. There's very little to say at this point. Coming back to your basic themes, lovely. Nothing else, really. It's a good track. It's solid. It feels good. Fala samples. Thank you for the follow. Fala, thank you for the follow. We are dealing with something that is pretty much very close to being ready, and like in a way that even if you were to choose to not release, but to like use this as the song, as it is, no one would complain. It's already lovely and dainty and ethereal, and it feels great. It's fun to listen to. I have zero issue with it. I just suggest also complexifying our compositional skill, just to, not skill, but compositional choice, just to accentuate like our own piece with itself kind of thing, make it the most that it can possibly be. But that's pretty much the only reason I say that. Otherwise, Dimitros, thank you for allowing us to listen to your song, for allowing us to comment and give feedback on it. Thank you for trusting us with your track, as always, Dimitros. Always a fan to see your perspective as a composer. You are very original in your compositional skills. You also have a very keen eye for arrangement, and I just think that... Oh shit! Thank you very much, Just Some Skills. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Welcome back to the subscription crew, I suppose. And you should know that when you subscribe, I'm going to make a thing where you could, like... Thank you very much also for gifting the sub. That we know what we're doing here, so we know what we're up to. But we're gonna do Juice Weed first, just because it is his turn. So then we're gonna get to yours. Juice Weed. By the way, you could submit your song now in the queue. But for subscribers, I'm gonna introduce an element where they have an option to like appear in the intro and outro credits. Not credits, but video screen, I suppose. I usually play my own music, and I still will. But subscribers will have a special place in my heart, wherein I'll play a song that they like. So yeah. Hey, 50th gift! Well, shit! Josh, let's talk off stream, and let's throw me a song. Throw me a song that you want to appear on the opening credits. Let's fucking celebrate. Let's fucking celebrate. What do we got here, guys? Who's it right now? Juice Weed. Where's Juice Weed? Juice Weed's not with us. All right. Well, I'm just gonna do my standard retag just to say that we're not skipping any steps. Just to make sure that my chat is not lagging. We're going to make sure that we ain't skipping out on anybody here. But doesn't look like the motherfuckers in the chat. So I think we're going to just skip on forward. Yep, seems about right. All right, well, motherfucker. Too bad. Too bad, Juice Weed. Hey, Josh, guess what? It's funny how that works. It's funny how that works out, doesn't it? Isn't it? Forewarning, very old song from over a year ago. Finished writing it, not fully mixed yet. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. So, for those joining us for the first time on this stream, Josh just subscribed and also gifted a subscription. Now, if you read the rules of the stream, this won't be a surprise to you. But subscribers get to get a song that is we get to listen to a song up to 3 minutes, not 2. And the top gifter of the week gets to skip the line. As long as they're the top gifter of the week. That is how that works. And Josh, being the first gifter of this week, just take the lead. So that's how it works. There's a couple of ways to skip the queue. There is a few, and I try and keep it flexy, but that's the way it's. That's the way it is. So we've got this song by Just the Singer, Just Some Skills, and my buddy Josh. Also, In the End came out finally. Yes, for all those. Hold up. For all those who like music, which I'm assuming is all of you, please, by all means, go out and check a song that Josh, Just Some Skills, Just the Singer, as the artist is, called, released with his buddy Spencer. It's called In the End, mixed and mastered by yours truly. Let's give him a preview, shall we, Josh? Is that enough, or should I get to the chorus? Maybe I'll give him a taste of the chorus.
Man says you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
Let's give him let's actually give him a whole chorus. Let's give him a whole chorus.
I'm afraid you sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance. Says you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
All right, that's it. That's all you get. You gotta go and stream it. That's it. Get some groovy, funky vibes, mixed by myself and mastered by myself as well. Little influence of musical things here and there. Very, very light touches from myself as well. But go and check it out, guys. All right, now that we've done that, Thank you very much once again, Josh. Here we go. Spiral, Work in Progress by Just the Singer. Let's listen.
Tripping over while we dance, watching you stick out your hand. Even when I'm falling too, not fast enough to get up again. But you don't see how it's affecting me, only that you need me. And while you cut, I bleed. I don't wanna end in a spiral. I'm letting go and moving on, sitting at the table doing high roll, trying to make up the time I lost. It was wasted on fake shit, all the same shit, couldn't take it, releasing all the memories I had. Cause had I stayed, it's a downward spiral. Didn't wanna end sitting on a ledge, thinking what we'd be if I didn't end it. I tried to fight but felt resentment, couldn't even take a second glance, looking at my hands like was it my fault. Arguments turning into rants, taking power stances, preaching you're wrong. And our time is something that I don't regret, but our life was tension that broke by stress. I gave the time and patience, but all that time wasted, blind to the lies and hatred. Now I see and now I hate it. I gave my all for nothing, and my heart still yearns for something. I can't breathe, I still dream of what we were before the hurt. I don't wanna end in a spiral. I'm letting go and moving on, sitting at the table doing high roll, trying to make up the time I lost. It was wasted on fake shit, all the same shit, couldn't take it, releasing all the memories I had. Cause had I spiral. I don't wanna end in a spiral. I'm letting go and moving on, sitting at the table doing high roll, trying to make up the time I lost. It was wasted on fake shit, all the same shit, couldn't take it, releasing all the memories I had. Cause had I stayed, it's a downward spiral. I'm in a downward spiral. I can't forget you, I'll never lose your memory. Now you got me in a chokehold, baby.
Okay. Went a little over 3 minutes there, but that's no problem. Pretty good. Very, very wordy. So, like, a lot of lyrics, and I know that this is probably like an expression of feeling, and it's good. And it's like rhythmically, you're on point. You're saying your words on point. The pitch, it all seems to be either sung or tuned correctly. So, like, I don't really have any issues with that. So, well done on that. I just find it's very... you're going to fix this evidently in the mix, but it's very monotonous in terms of tonality, in terms of tone, of feeling. So it's like the same voice kind of droning on throughout the entire thing. It does vary a little bit in terms of timing and in terms of pitch, but not much. The only time really that it varies in terms of timing is in this little break that we have here. And pitch-wise, it's very similar throughout. So melodies for your chorus, I hear that you have an octave to accentuate the melody or to like take attention away from that like main vocal. That's good. But you're gonna need to like emphasize the low octave because we're gonna need a little bit of an ear break from the high octave. So you're gonna want to do the Eminem, what I call it, which is like throw in that low octave but actually make it somewhat almost louder than the high octave so that it's the dominating factor. But we definitely still want to hear the high octave in the mix, but we want it to sound like more of an Eminem like chorus vocal. That's for sure. Harmonies? Question mark? You could add some harmonies in there as well. Let's see what you guys think, actually. You guys didn't say much about that. You said more shit like, I hate music. Yeah, music sucks. Music stinks. Cool. Thanks, guys. For sure. For sure. Is the feedback genre specific? It is not Praxton music. Thank you for being with us, by the way. Mitros sort of punctuating that, saying literally played classical and video game music here, so I don't think so, except country. Honestly, I'll still listen to country. I'd just be like pretty harsh, I suppose. Harsh? No, not necessarily. Just I don't like pop country. You know, what country western is actually pretty decent. Let's get back to this here, though, guys. Intro's a bit long. First comment that I had. By this point, I'm like, okay, what else? So I might prefer that you like start referencing the vocals here, but like in a very distant echoey vibe, sort of similar to what you have at the end of the song. That would be nice, sort of duality kind of feel, like a echo, a mirror image of itself kind of thing. So like vocals with like echo here, similar to, what do we got here? Is it this one? No, that's distorted, I think. 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Nope. I know there's one that has a lot. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. There's no reverb on any of these. What the fuck? 1, 2. Let's try that one. Or something, you know what I mean? Like just something there, like just very, very light and textural and ethereal. That's about all I pretty much mean. So kind of an Easter egg, but the intro is a slowed down version of a chorus of a song I wrote when I was with my ex, and the song's basically taking back everything that I said about her before. Okay, cool. That's a cool hidden Easter egg. I like that. I hear the slowed down thing, but as you know, it's incomprehensible. We can't understand anything that's going on in that. Cool touch, but I would still add some musical melody that fits with this song as a sort of a filler. Yeah.
Got your hand, even when I'm falling to, not fast enough to get up again. But you don't see how it's affecting me, only that you need me. And while you cut, I bleed. I don't want to end in a spiral.
So this is your chorus. That's where it sort of starts. Yeah, it's an interesting feel. It's got like very Post Malone vibes. So that's pretty cool. It's very popular. I would lean into that a little bit. Maybe even mixing-wise, your EQing of your voice. Again, it'll change when you mix it and set the octaves in their rightful places and you spread them left to right correctly, which you're going to want to fuck with, by the way. You're going to either want to put the low octave left and right or the high octave left and right. But depending on what, you might want to put one left and right or one not, or one's partially spread and the other one dead center, or any combination, like 98 other combinations. You're going to want to fuck with that. But EQing wise as well, you might want to scoop some of your high mids, some of your more nasal high mids that you as a singer have as like in the timbre of your voice. You might want to scoop them a little bit for the chorus, just so that it feels tonally different a little bit than the vocals from the intro, which cut through a little bit more. We might want them to blend a little bit, so that when we add more layers and accentuate the voice that we already have, it doesn't get to be too much of those frequencies. But again, it is a mixing detail. And also, yes, I understand from what you said before, from what we said before, mixing detail, yada yada, but agree. Yeah, cool. I already cut like 6 dB of them. I'm scared to take more out. You know, man, this is a quick note about mixing here. numbers visually, like when you see a big curve, don't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's really what sounds necessary for the song. It's like you might also have been accustomed to your voice for a long time, so you might like be used to them. So like that's why it might happen. But when I see 12 dB cut on one of my snares or something like that, and then it sits perfectly in the mix, I don't care. Someone came over once here, and like I was mixing this lo-fi song, and it was an artist that I was working with that was like doing the vocals over lo-fi beats. Basically, it was so cool, a lot of fun to do too. And he saw some of my EQ curves for his vocals specifically because his vocals were recorded kind of poorly, and he saw some of the dramatic punches and cuts and stuff. And he's like, "Oh wow, you boost a lot." And I'm like, you know, man, I don't really think so. I think that there's just like this misconception about EQing too much that is like over preached a little bit. This is different from digital gear to analog gear because a lot of analog gear is extremely sensitive. So as soon as you touch the EQ knob, as soon as you breathe in its direction, the high mids. But for a lot of digital gear and a lot of EQs, you're good. You know, as long as it sounds correct, it doesn't really matter visually. But this is all to say, cut more. I don't think I have any problems with it. Otherwise, we gotta get it mixed, but that's about it.
Was it my fault? Arguments turning into rants, taking power.
And this is sort of where I mean, like, I know intellectually that this is the verse, but it doesn't feel any different from the previous section. So, and that's partially to do with the beat itself, where there's not much more or less going on in either section. There's no real like musical delineation, just kind of on the beat. But since you're fucking with production now, Josh, you might want to add like sort of a synth layer during your chorus to like accentuate those high end frequencies a little bit. Let's actually listen here.
I don't want to end in a spiral. I'm letting go and moving on.
Yeah, dude. You might want to throw in something super easy, not a saw. Nope. Although saw, honestly, not a sawtooth, but it's enough to demonstrate the point here. If I lower it low enough in the mix.
I don't know while you cut, I bleed. I don't want to end in a spiral. I'm letting go and moving on. Sitting at the table doing high roll, trying to make up the time I lost. It was wasted on fake shit, all the same shit. Couldn't take it, releasing all the memories I had. Cause had I stayed, it's a downward spiral. Didn't wanna end sitting on a ledge thinking what we'd be if I did it.
I like it. I think, honestly, because you're fucking me... whoa, Michael! Whoa! Went way, way different there than... That sentence came out in a way that I did not want it to. Because you're fucking with production these days, that might be actually easy for you to implant into the song. And it's very, very nice little touch that'll bring it... like that level up. Your chorus will sound more like an actual chorus. But yeah. Real quick, can you remove me from the queue? I gotta leave in a bit. Sorry. Whole lot of coops, no problem. Thank you for letting me know, man. I appreciate that. I prefer that than just arriving on someone who's just no longer there. So yes, you are removed from the queue. There, it's done. Thank you for I appreciate you letting us know about that, man. That's real nice. Hearn hits on the ones because I'm sick, or orchestra maybe. Orchestra hits, a little intense. 69 Arrow 69. Thank you very much for the follow. Seems that we got sex on the brain today, eh? Damn that Sigmund Freud. Am I right? Am I right? The Dom West. Thanks very much for being with us today. Appreciate you. His inner thoughts came out. I mean, a little bit. Who doesn't like sex? I guess asexual people, but I ain't that. So let's just carry on with the song.
I tried to fight but felt resentment. Couldn't even take a second glance, looking at my hands like was it my fault? Arguments turning into rants, taking power stances, preaching you're wrong.
Nice harmony choices, though. You're going to, again, want to mix those, like, left and right, kind of fuck with that a little bit and bring those out a little bit more in the mix. But, again, you're not there yet, so either way. This guy fucks. Daddy, my Twitch gamer, what's going on? Oh, that's cool. That's super cool. Welcome back. I appreciate seeing you there, bud. Is there any way I can get into the Discord to post my link? Dom West, you don't have to get into the Discord. I will allow the Discord in a couple minutes while we're waiting for the next person's link, but you don't have to. It's going to be right here in the chat. You just have to join the queue with a command join. Simple as that. Hold your link until it's your turn, and that's it. And that's simple as that. But I will allow Discord access for all those who are interested in joining our lovely Discord server, wherein you could promote yourself as well. Just letting you know that that's a thing. There is a chat just for that. I don't know that I have a whole lot more comment here, except for the bridge sort of break here.
And I all now I hate it. I gave my all for nothing, and my heart still yearns for something.
Just a real quick note. I just yearns for something. Come back up for that little melody. It's a stupid note, but we get more continuity to the next verse, and we want to come to the next part. It's telling the story instead of the story melody wise going. It's like sort of an arpeggio at that point, whereas what we want to do is come back up and like give our audience like something to expect in the next section. A very quick, very easy subconscious trick for vocals. Just saying, it's an easy fix. But you do you, of course, you do you.
I can't breathe, I still dream of.
Especially since you do change it the second time a little bit, which is nice, by the way.
What we were before the hurt. I don't want to end in a spiral. I'm letting go.
And again, we need some contrast here. I heard the ad-libs in the background. Maybe some harmonizing ad-libs, or maybe some harmonies for your main melody at this point is more important, I think. Maybe optional for the first part, but it's starting to feel a little bit more necessary just to like tie this together musically a little bit more complex, in a little bit more of a complex fashion. So yeah. Hold your legs between the cheeks, musical flatulence. Play the game. How are you, Mike? I'm well, Twitchy Gamer. Nice to see you here with us. How are you doing? Doing well today. I'm at a friend's house. Haven't been making music lately. That's okay. That's okay. We all need breaks. We all need breaks. We all need some breaks. The vocals are heady. Was the mic up high? No, Josh has a very specific vocal timbre there, Magic Ninja Beats. And it's something that like it does cut through the mix a lot, but he records with a good mic with a Lewitt. I know that for a fact. It sounds good, but yeah, he just has a very specific vocal timbre. I think that's pretty much all I had to say about your track, Josh. I think that the last chorus, again, ad-libs are good.
Wasted on fiction, all the same shit.
There's a little bit of resonance. Again, this is a mixing thing, but there's a little bit of a resonant frequency in your reverb, specifically on the tonic, there's this resonant frequency that you're going to want to EQ out specifically on your reverb, because it's kind of muddying up a little bit of the mix. So you're just going to need to scoop that out. But it's a cool part. I agree with you, Twitchy. That part is quite dope. And I do like his timbre as well, Twitchy. I can cur. I can certainly cur. Mine's going to be on YouTube. That's fine. Unfortunately, Orphan Cripplin, thank you for letting me know, because no, it doesn't work. There's two reasons for that. One, YouTube fucks the computer CPU-wise. I got enough processes running here, and my computer's 12 years old at this point. Secondly, whenever I re-upload to YouTube later, it has detected a YouTube link every single time that I upload that onto YouTube, and it blocks the audio for that part, and it like puts a little marker that it's partially blocked. And I don't love that. I don't love that we can't hear your song on the VODs. So it would be kind of lame for me to listen to it and then give a bunch of feedback and like no one has heard a single part of this review or the feedback or the song. So unfortunately, YouTube is not okay. But yeah, dude, honestly, Josh, it's coming along. Coming along. Just the Singer, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, go check out his track, In the End, featuring Spencer. I forget his last name. Thank you very much for submitting your track today, for allowing us to listen to it. Thanks for being open to our feedback, as you are. You always are. And for the subs, as always, Josh. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Thank you for trusting us with your track, as every week, man. Like, love to hear your music. Go check him out. Go check him out, folks. In the End by Just the Singer, featuring Spencer something. I don't know. I've heard about EQing the reverb, not something I've been used to doing. Just real quick, Josh, that's actually a trick that it's called the Abbey Road reverb, where you actually cut your highs and your lows from the reverb and leave only the mids. When you have a dense mix, that's a really good trick to just make your reverb stand out without muddying up too much of your high or your low end. If anything, if you're not going to do that, just cut your low end anyways, because that you don't need those frequencies in the mix anyways. Just high pass your low end on your reverb one way or the other, unless you're specifically going for a specific effect. But yeah. Orphan Cripplin. All right. Thank you for submitting a SoundCloud link. I appreciate that. We're going to jump into the Discord real quick. And we're going to allow some people. Baygush. Whoever's that name. That's a win right there. Oh, we got, oh, nice, very nice. Oops, whoops, sorry. There you go, Chemist. I don't know who Hunter is. The Dom West. There you go, bud. So, it's me. No idea how to send my English sucks. Follow you. You give us a couple minutes, and we'll get in the queue as well. But yeah, you'll be able to. Oh, you are in the queue actually. You just have to send it in the chat here. But yeah, I'll wait 30 to know how you join. Paste a good link, but not yet. All right, my shit's loaded. So, we got this track here by Orphan Cripplin, otherwise known as T-Hov. I don't know what this guy is doing, but I want to know. I'm very interested. So let's go, without further ado, folks. Salvador Mundi by T-Hov.
And all you'd ever say is look me in my face and tell me everything's gonna be okay. But all it ever starts is breaking all your heart. 'Cause I can't stop the way you fall apart. I'll tell you about it. I see the way you can do that. Play pro on things that you knew at. I know that baby you knew things on the low. Am I a nuisance to you? 'Cause girl you act nuisance. Yes, kinda sleep for my 2 cents. When came to you and you blew change. Motherfucker won't tell me how the shit went. Okay, motherfucker, then get back to your personal shit self and understand. And when the other hand put it on the shelf for plans. It didn't happen 'cause you left it too long there. Getting fucked up and kicking it in a lawn chair. But I'ma have to say it back, give me a handful. Like I'm running my fingers all along here. And then the waves, they made me sick. So quick to change like a pretense. Honest, babe, I don't need this. You throw it up like bulimics. I'm feeling fake like anemics. You keep this pace, it won't be
that baby. I gotta tell you about the things that they sing. I gotta tell you about the way that it seems. Name me one genius, wasn't called crazy. Rhythm wasn't later what you heard before. Keep my head up on the current, I'ma need a back row. Any type of pulling little bitches getting wet. They bitches to holler at me, I need a backhoe. If I
All right, that is 2 minutes, folks. So we're gonna look at this. There's a couple of comments that I do have, but overall, I gotta say this is a good track. I have to know though here, Orphan Cripplin, what are your responsibilities in this track? Are you rapping, producing, mixing? What have you done in this? Please tell me, because I gotta know. I gotta know. You gotta tell me. We gotta. You know what I mean? Gotta find out what we're commenting on, because whatever you don't have control over, we can't really suggest to you anything. So, what were your goals in this? There's a delay, maybe. Oh no, here we go. This is my nephew rapping, and I help him with mixing it. And were you also the producer of the beat as well? Like did you find the beat somewhere? Did you what's like? Oh, ad. Gotta get an ad song up in here, guys, cause. All right, it seems like you're back. So let's get back to it. He plays guitar, and I took a beat I found and kind of added shit to it with his guitar and drums. Okay, so cool. So I have some comments. Just to, now that we know what we're dealing with here, let's go over it critically here. So first things first, it's very loud, and it's not like it's borderline too loud. Not necessarily crossing that threshold yet, but it's getting close. Which is what I said about Couch Tracks' song earlier. It's like, to a certain extent, it's fine, and I understand the loudness wars. But to another extent, to another degree, it's almost to the detriment of our own song, because the systems that we are pumping it into for like viewers and listeners can't even really handle a lot of the time that. It'll either distort or compress. There's going to be some like limiters and safeties and stuff like that. So for my system, it's not compressing or distorting yet, but it's just on the way. I'm like looking at my meters going like, oof, that would distort if I didn't have safeties and stuff in place. So just something to consider. Now, the other thing that I got to say is your nephew raps well. He is a good rapper, not a bad lyricist, as if I say so myself. It is quite good. Like, I'm actually impressed, and I kind of want to listen to more of him. Let's just say that. Your mixing as well is also very tight and very crisp and very punchy, so I love that. It's overall well structured, the song. There are times where I wish that the vocals would vary a little bit in tone, because you always have the same vocal tonality. This is the second song in a row that's had this problem, where you sort of have one texture throughout and it never really changes, which is the texture I'm referring to is a lot of voices stacked one on top of the other. Now, the fact that he can rap most of the time, there are some parts that I will point out, like for instance...
days on the low, am I a nuisance to you? Cause girl, you act nuisance. Yes, honestly, for my 2 cents. When it came to you and you blue chain, motherfucker won't tell me how the shit went. Okay, motherfucker, then get back to your personal shit self and understand. And when the other hand put it on the shelf for plans, it didn't happen cause you left it too long there. Getting fucked up and kicking it in a long chair. But I'ma have to say it back, give me a handful. Like I'm running my fingers all along, yeah.
Now, the fact that he could rap so many like quick words all together and not... Aiden, thank you very much for the timing, for the follow. Thank you very much, Aiden. The fact that he could rap on time with that many tracks over and over means he's a practiced rapper. He's actually quite good at what he does. But yeah, sorry for that slip there, Aiden. The thing is that sometimes he goes a little bit off and it's noticeable, but like only for a couple of syllables, then he like locks himself back on. And I think that the problem here is that when we hear it on the entire time, those off beats sound off. Whereas if they were just on, like on stingers or ends of phrases instead of on constantly, those off times would be a little bit less noticeable. It would just feel like the texture of the doubles, essentially. They wouldn't feel off. But right now, those moments are noticeable to me when the vocals themselves like unsync a little bit. But either way, I think you should be cutting away from that feel of vocals. That you do it a lot. And it's actually, sorry, you do it the entire time. You have doubled vocals or like tripled or quadruple tracked vocals. And it's too much all the time. Everything, everywhere, all at once, besides being a great movie, is not the way we want to make music. We want to build into that stuff. And so we want to suggest those little accents. We just want to suggest them at the end of phrases or like before choruses or stuff like that. Choruses, we can have them on all the time. That makes more sense to me. But like... It's too much all the time. That's pretty much my only comment, actually. I think everything else sounds nice.
And tell me everything's gonna be okay, but all it ever does.
Nice chorus, nice easy melody to like cling on to. Something I would say personally that your drums are extremely loud mixed throughout the song, but it makes more sense in your chorus for your vocals to come up a little bit in volume because they are just a little bit further back than I'd like them. We should bring them up.
It's breaking all your heart, 'cause I can't stop the way you fall apart, but I can't promise that. Focus on the fact that everything you just can't be that bad. So all you'd ever say is look me in my face and tell me everything's go.
I like also the fact that you used the left and right guitar throughout. That just keeps moving. It sort of keeps the pace in this flowy, wishy-washy sort of feel. That's nice. Original. I don't necessarily think that I would want it to wishy-wash the entire song. Again, everywhere, everything, all at once. You know, just choose your moments. I think dynamically we have a lot more success. We have a lot more success using those cool tools selectively so that the contrast between that and normal seems a lot more apparent rather than just having change throughout. It's much less contrasty. So yeah. Thank you, Sing Sunny for joining the track. Q, sorry. Appreciate that. This was 2 years ago, last thing I ever mixed, and I'm thinking about getting back into it. You absolutely should. You have excellent skills in mixing. It's evident to me that is absolutely the case. You should totally do that. Please start with this. Come back into this. Mix what I'm doing, like what I'm telling you. Change those things, and then come back here with the improved mix. I'll get you back into mixing, dude. I'll keep you accountable. I'm on every week. So if you need a one per week reminder to keep doing what it is you love and what you're evidently very good at, I'll fucking do that shit. Orphan Cripplin, just keep coming back and I'll fucking keep giving you a kick in the ass. Dino's Pomoni music, can I skip mine for one song? Just had a client show up at the shop. Bro, I know how that's like. Yes, absolutely. We're, Magic Ninja Beats gets ready because you are the next one in queue technically. After that, we'll go back to Dino's Pomoni. We'll let him deal with his client in the shop. Oh boy, guys, retail. I know exactly how that feels. Exactly how that feels. But yeah, dude, honestly, Orphan, like, a T-Hub, I suppose. I don't know if that's your nephew's name or if that's your own production. name. I'll work on something when I get some time. Of course, we have life to contend with as well. We don't want to take you away from life responsibilities, but a little bit I kind of do. I kind of want to take you a little bit away from your life responsibilities to remember that your responsibilities to your own passions are much more important on a grand scale. Now, pay rent, but also maybe like, you know, do some shit that you wouldn't normally do. Just saying. So, I think that's pretty much all I got to say, though, Orphan Cripplin. Trevor, he goes by T-Hove. Oh, okay. See, T-Hove. Cool. Cool, man. That's good. So, like, give some love for T-Hove. It's a good song. Good song. Again, drums a little aggressive. I would have selectively used the doubles and triples, not throughout. And the chorus itself could use a little nudge in the volume of the vocals. Actually, the throughout. Let's just make that throughout. The volume throughout of the vocals could be boosted. You're definitely going to want to boost it in the verses when you take away all but the main track. You're going to definitely want it louder in the mix. That's nice when you have one vocal that's super crisp and really well mixed coming through it for a verse when everything sort of falls down energy-wise. Ooh, that's a good feeling to have. Anyways, Orphan Cripplin, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to your music, for hopefully taking our feedback that we give you, being open to the feedback I wish for you. Thanks for getting back into it. I'll thank you in advance, paying it forward, to see you back here either next week or sometime soon, because I want to keep you accountable, man. We gotta let ourselves do things we enjoy. Gotta let that happen. So, but yeah, we also got to pay rent, so I totally get that. Either way, Orphan Cripplin, thank you for trusting us with your track. Thank you, and we'll see you soon, very soon, hopefully. All right, it's Magic Ninja Beats, ladies and germs. We're going to acquiesce to Magic Ninja Beats at this moment. Dom West, FYI, when you play mine, can you go 30 seconds in so it could finish? I put a lot of work into the second section. We absolutely can. That is always an option. I don't know if I make that clear enough. For 2 minutes, it doesn't have to be the first intro, especially if your intro is long. I might have a comment for you if the first 30 seconds you're not passionate about, you're not as passionate about as the last 2 minutes. I might have a comment for those 30 seconds. But yes, we will absolutely do that and play through after 30 seconds. No worries. Dom West. But I get it. Orphan Cripplin, thanks for the feedback, man. Very proud of that one. You should be. It sounds great. It sounds real tight, real crisp, and punchy. Very, 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 very punchy. But a couple of things. Just a couple of things that need some tweaks. I think they need it. I don't think it's a suggestion, more of like these sound like mixing or arrangement errors. But, you know, we're learning. We're always learning. We're constantly learning. We constantly need a second pair of ears to, like, evaluate whether or not we're learning or not. Because otherwise we're fucked. We get stuck in the same loop, doing the same shit. That sucks. Because we want to grow. All right, Magic Ninja, longtime viewer, subscriber, my dude. We're going to listen to this entire song because you are you're a subscriber. Very nice. It sucks. I don't get the same, like, because I'm using Restream, I don't get the same chat display. I could show you what it looks like, actually, in OBS. It's going to get meta in here. But, like, this is not the fucking same thing as the Twitch chat. So I don't see who's a subscriber. I don't see, like, who's got, like, the different tiers of subscription. I always have to look over to my monitor. And that sucks. But I get to stream on multiple platforms at the same time for free. So, I'm not going to complain. All right, Sin Ti, meaning without you in Spanish. Good, I can appreciate that title. And you said it's more of a, like, a Spanish vibes. Hispanic vibes. Let's listen to it without further ado, folks. Sin Ti by Magic Ninja.
Era solo un sueño. Quería hablar contigo, pero no tuve suerte. Nada, bro. Te busqué en la calle, te busqué y lo hallé. No tengo que buscarte, encontré buena suerte. Buscando la fiesta porque quiero vivir. No lo quiero sentir. No lo quiero sentir.
As usual, your cutoffs are legendary. How they just end. Song over. Period. No exclamation point. That's how that song is ending. Not my favorite way to end a song, as you know, Magic Ninja. You could like put a little thought into the outro. That's my personal opinion. Follow samples. Ojo, Spanish BBs! This doesn't work in Spain, maybe in Mexico. Yeah, this is more of like a Latin American, I believe, vibes. Reggaeton in general is very, very, very popular in a lot of like places where Latin American countries are like accessible. North America in general and South America, where it is literally very, very beachy. Exactly, Magic Ninja. Okay, so a couple things. First of all, pretty good pronunciation. Magic Ninja Beats in your Spanish. You know how to roll your R's. A little tip of the tongue rolling. It's good. I'm not a huge fan of some of the lyrics, just because I can understand some of them, and like I want to drink. I don't love lyrics that just say like I want to do this. It's like, well, tell me what is it about that you want? Like, you know what I mean? I prefer lyrics that are a little bit more sensory invoking rather than intention stating. But that's my own personal thing. But the melodies themselves that you chose, pronuncias muy bien, amigo. Yeah, like he is pronouncing it quite well. He's like, that's what I'm saying is like the lyrics themselves weren't my favorite, but at least they were well executed. The vocal performance, it's a little bit pitchy, as like we know we're working on that. I don't necessarily want you to smother it in auto-tune either. But the vocal performances were kind of pitchy, and I would prefer them to be a little bit more rock solid. When you try singing, like I hear a lot of, you push from the gut on that first note. And I don't necessarily love that. I don't necessarily love that feeling. Try and let the air roll onto from your vocal cords, where you're going like, quiero baby, instead of pushing the note out, because you have this like sort of very specific way of going between notes that is destabilizing your pitch consistency. So I suggest that you maybe breathe a little more into your stomach, into your diaphragm, and allow the music where you go, and just let it roll rather than pushing it out on every syllable and every consonant. So that's more where you're wanting to come from, I think, vocally. Well, my name is Marcos behind the alias. Oh, well, shit, there you go. Marcos, that's nice. That's a nice name as well. The issue is you were singing about looking the party and etc. and sound so sad for it. More energy. I'm sad because it's without her. Can't find her anywhere. So like, yeah. Not a huge, it's kind of like very sad clown kind of vibe, where it's like you are, not to say that it's clowny, it's not funny or anything like that, but it's very upbeat and low beat. The contrast between the two is evident is evident in the like lyrics, but not evident in the performance or in the vocal timbre or in the tonality. Like you're using the harmonies well, but we need to like accentuate them in a little bit more of a like a low frequency way, which brings me to my biggest point here. The mixing is a little rough, bud. The mixing is very high mid and high end. Again, I'm hearing that there's a problem with either the speakers or the headphones that you're using for the mix, because it's just very piercing. The low end is not full enough. We need to rethink your mixing setup a little bit, because we keep getting these results, and I want to move you away from these results to something a little more balanced in all of the frequencies. So again, we might need to talk about this kind of thing, because it's kind of the mix is not good, unfortunately. That said, the arrangement is quite nice, I gotta say. It's like, I like the breaks that you take in the percussions, like here.
La playa, te busqué en la cantina.
Te buscan en la cantina. You're looking for them everywhere, basically. I understand that you're like looking for the person and I understand, this is what I mean by your lyrics. You're very descriptive as to like what's happening, and it's not so much how you feel about what's happening. And I think that that's a very big distinction between good lyrics and okay lyrics, which is why I don't like country for the most part. But I feel like we bond more to the feeling that you have about not finding her. So I think it's more those lyrics that we would like to hear, rather than I'm looking for you and I can't find you. That's my real suggestion there. Hi, first time here. What genre of music do you produce, listen, or review more here? This stream in particular is a review stream, so we can listen to your music, and there's no genre in particular. We can listen to everything. We do listen to everything. But I also do production and mixing and mastering and composition and arrangement and songwriting and all that good stuff. Dino Spumani's back. Thank you very much for coming back. It's supposed to be a party, but I'm still sad. I figured. You need 5 tequila and try. It will sound like a real Mexican. God damn. Let me tell you something about drinking and singing, guys. Don't record when you're drinking, because unless you have a lot of practice drinking and singing, you're going to think it sounds amazing the night you record, and then you're going to listen to it the day after, and you're going to be like, I got to redo all of this anyways. So many times I've done that. I got like, fuck it, I'll take a bottle of Jack Daniels into the studio and record my song. And then I record the vocal tracks, and I'm like, fuck, I should do this all the time. Then I listen the next day, and I'm like, this is why I don't do this all the time. That's fucking funny. I thought about it, and then hitting the grito. Oh, the guido. Those things, those are really cool. What else is new, Mike? Haha. I know, man. I know you're talking about your mix, but like, come on. You know, like we gotta improve you. We gotta get you better. We gotta learn from those tricks. You know what I mean? Tara Wilk official. Oh, just checking the commands. Well done. Lilia, thank you very much for being back. Appreciate that. The hook explains the feel, I think. Though I could find some better words. I think so, man. I think you could just go a little less descriptive in general. And I think you could very well find some stuff to accentuate the feelings. Like, obviously, I'm not saying that you can't... I don't think that you can. Where was I going with this? I just lost my train of thought. No, yeah, I don't think that you got to be void of any description. I just think that when you describe something, it should be like with an image or something attached. Tara Wilco, thank you very much for the supporting of the stream. Appreciate that. Getting some donations to the Mike's Mac is about to give out fund. I can appreciate that. Thank you very much. Facts. Donate. Thank you very much again, Terwooks. What about water drinking? Water drinking is actually necessary in singing. You have to absolutely drink some fucking water. Tea, whatever it may be, just make sure you're drinking water, because that shit lubricates. All right. So, grito is the... I love those. I love those. I used to like. I went to one of my best friends' Mexican Independence Day parties here in Montreal, or not far from Montreal, and they are crazy because they hire mariachis, and the mariachis come in as a surprise when he's waving the Mexican flag. Viva Mexico! He's crazy, crazy shit. And when I first heard this, I was like, what is that? Who's screaming? What the fuck? Like, is that disrespectful? No, everybody fucking does it for the mariachi. Everybody's screaming. I love it. I love that. It's so dramatic and so accentuational. Hope this counts as a skip. Oh, Tara Wilco. So, it's funny. This is why my chat rules that pop up start with first read the rules. Okay, now actually read them and don't just skip them. And also, don't be a dick to one another. Because there are several ways you can skip the queue. There are bits. You can buy 750 bits. I believe it's 750 or 850, one of the two, and do that. You could gift, be the top gifter of the week. That is absolutely a way to get subs, to get a skip. But if you, I will say this, if you donate another $3.50. That is the equivalent value to the amount of bits, essentially. That's what would have been received. So that I will allow as a skip, just because it counts about the same amount that I would have received after that bit donation. So $7 total. I think that's a fair amount, personally. Tara Wilk Official also just subscribed. Well, then there you go. There you go. Then it's done. It's done. No worries. That works as well. That also works. Correct, Tara Wilk Official. That also works. They have grito contests on Cinco de Mayo around here. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. I didn't know that it's called grito. That's so close to the Italian equivalent, dude. The Italian equivalent is gridere, like, which is like literally the same fucking thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to get you one-on-one with me, dude. Like, we gotta talk about the mixing setup that you have and what we could do about that, because it's getting to a point where it's like, you should probably be taking things into consideration given my comments, because there's a lot of notes, like, I keep giving high end specifically is always very aggressive, and the low end is always a little bit lacking. So we're gonna have to like take a look, I think, at your setup. Otherwise, like, what's the point of me giving you feedback? That said, Magic Ninja, I actually like the arrangement of this. The feel is very nice. I do agree that some gritos would be very nice. It would be some like some really cool vibes. I didn't know they had competitions about that on that shit and on Cinco de Mayo in some places. No idea for that. But yeah. I think overall your production is on its way, but needs some consideration. Some considerations as to how you perform your vocals, and some considerations as to how you mix. So you say your interface is a Scarlett 2 with the included headphones. Well, then we're gonna have to take that into consideration and mix accordingly, which may mean that the way it sounds on your headphones technically to you sounds worse, but you have to like sort of adjust your knowledge of headphones versus your knowledge of what it should sound like, because the systems that I'm listening it on are very flat and very balanced, and they're very telling, very truthful, and we because of this we have the option to like be as transparent in our mixes as possible, and this is unfortunately not. It sounds like it's filtered through a certain weird filter. So yeah. It's probably in my mastering, the saturation, maybe. No, it's not that. It's not that. You're putting too much high end into your mix, dude. That's just the bottom line. Whether it be in the mixing stage or the mastering stage, you're adding way too much high frequencies, and you're not balancing it out with the lows. So yeah. That's pretty much it, I think. Tara Wilk Official, thank you very much for subscribing and for the donation. Don't know what you guys listen to or review more here, but I'm a Montreal melodic dubstep producer. This is one of my latest working projects still in production. Hope and enjoy it. Vocals still need work. We're going to get to your link, Tara, but I'm from Montreal. Montreal too, dude. What's up? What the fuck is going on, man? Tara Wilco. Oh shit. Montreal producer, melodic dubstep. I love melodic dubstep. That's great. That's super cool, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Either way, Magic Ninja, as always, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the track online, for taking our feedback, hopefully in stride. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to fix the things that need fixing that no one else is going to tell you, or rather they're going to say good track or like needs work, and that's it. I go into a little bit more detail than that. And Dom West, I appreciate the recognition. Your feedback is incredible, homie. I love how passionate you are to give as much value and advice to every artist. I'm excited for your feedback. That's what we're going for here, guys. We're going for detailed feedback that actually improves the music scene. Because I don't know if you heard. There's so many artists out there that are known, and the composition, the mixing, the mastering isn't anything spectacular, but we want to improve the music we can, the community that we have with us here. So that's what we do here, man. I wouldn't keep coming back if it wasn't criticism and was insulting. Respect to you, because yeah, you know that there's no point here where despite the advice being repetitive, there's no hard feelings. There's just feelings. Just feelings. They don't have to be good or bad. Just feelings. I just feel for you guys. I feel for your music. I feel for the way that music is being made. I feel that. I just feel. I'm a feeler. Sometimes I feel. So because Tara Wilco, do you mind doing a? Thank you also for the follow. Subscribed before he followed. That's the first time I've seen that. Let me just add you to the queue here. Tell Wilco official. And that should probably add you to the queue. There you go. All right. Dino Spumoni, I gotta say, man, I'm sorry about this. Someone did use a skip function equivalent, give or take, roundabouts, donating here, subscribing there, but they exercised their right to skip, so we will be coming in front of you, unfortunately, Dino Spumoni, but we will, you're right after that. So without further ado, thank you once again, Magic Ninja Beats, for trusting us with your track. We are moving on down the line. We got a couple of people. It's not that many. Not a super crazy amount today. Not yet, at least. So let's go. Tara Wilco official, give me the SoundCloud link in the chat. Right here, right now, mon esti. Ah ouais, tabarnak. M'a écouté ça, là. M'a écouté ça live, là. I don't know if you speak French or not. If you're in Montreal, I fucking hope you speak French. And I'm like, I am not in any way a supporter of the French language laws. I just think the more knowledge you have in life, the better off you are. And if you're living in a place where there is French spoken, why the fuck wouldn't you learn another language if you can and if you're in the area? So no political statements, just like we should speak French. Languages are great. Languages are great. We should learn languages. Everyone should learn as many languages as they can. Away, good summer, Chris, away! No one else listening right now understands what the fuck we're saying, because it's not even technically French what we're talking right now. It's Joie l'Honestie, and it's very, very Quebecois French. Thank you all for your patience with this dialect. I fucking love talking Joie. I enjoy it so much. It's such an enjoyable way to speak French. Très québécois, je suis t'inquiète. J'adore que t'es autant français québécois que moi. I'm not. Je le suis pas. I'm born here, but I'm mostly anglophone. Mais Chris, faudrait qu'on parle autant de langues possible. Chris, faudrait qu'on apprenne nos langues l'un avec l'autre. All the languages, every one of them, as many as possible. All right, folks, Fall from Jupiter, Work in Progress version 3 by Tara Wilco. Montreal artists, homeboy represents. 3-minute track, we're going to listen to every minute of it because this motherfucker just subscribed, donated, was like, yo, let's go. Voilà, valise, j'aurais pas mieux dit J'aurais pas pu mieux dire. I didn't mean to correct your French. I'm sorry. All right. No further ado. Tara Wilco, Fall from Jupiter. Let's go.
Take my hand, take my words, take all of me tonight. Away to you, away to you. Jump in your car, adrenaline, Donkey, if that's your name. At the forefront of Jupiter, hey. Stars dance, hey. Take my hand, take my words, take all of me tonight. Away yo, away yo.
Okay, fade out. Not my favorite way to go out on that one, but okay. So here's the thing, Tara Wilco. Let me just write my last note before I forget it. Let's look into this real quick. So the first thing I have to say is I know what you're going for. J'aurais pas mieux dit, tabarnak, calice, esti d'autocorrecteur de merde, calice. Ben, il y a des Français, ben, du coup, il paraît qu'il y a des Français, quoi. Ça paraît qu'il y a du monde qui comprenne le français, du coup. De ouf. Un truc de ouf, quoi. Un truc de guidant. Yes, there's French people in the chat. So, here we go. I like what you're doing with this, Tara Wilco. Okay, so I enjoy the drop, but there are some things that are not working for you in this song. Now, as a matter of fact, there are things that are working against your own song in this track. First of all, this intro, very, very long, without much change. You have the sporadic vocals. And I hear your accent coming through, which is not a problem necessarily, but it's something that, like, we have to take into consideration because it's people who are listening to this who are going to notice that. Some people find it charming. Some people go like, some people go very racist. We're not going to go racist. We're going to go from the charm perspective of this because it is charming. Accents are lovely. That's why I can do both the Quebec and the French from France accent. One better than the other, let's say that. Lilia. So the first problem that I have is that the build is way too long. What I want, and this is going to be a big thing here, I would prefer that this song has 2 drops rather than just 1. 2 shorter drops, one that only teases the concept and one that is a full version of this drop. And you use parts of this very long intro as one of them as verse 1 or intro and verse 1, and then the second half of it as your break before drop number 2. So this is a lot of rearranging, and I understand that this is a lot of work, but the song as it is, existing as it is, most people will skip at around right there. About 36 seconds in. That's not a mathematical thing. It's just when things descend after about 30 seconds, when we start losing elements after about 30 seconds, even those who are like dedicated to listening to your song are losing interest. So we have to get to the point faster, essentially. The other thing is that the intro itself, by the second half of your chord progression, if there's not something new in the elements, we're already losing like about half of our listeners. Sad reality. If your song comes out like this and it comes on a Spotify playlist, someone who's not really interested skips after about 5 or 10 seconds. And it's just like unfortunate, you know, because I want your song to be listened to. So basically, we are going to have to do some rearranging. Let's see what you said about that. I did thought about that idea too. I do create my music though as how I would like to play live in a festival. I like creating experiences and visualize myself playing it live with pyro and all. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. This is sort of like an intro in that case. This is like a set intro. You're essentially like building up into a vibe. Fine, but like if you were going to release this song, I would release an edit that features this sort of editing of that sort. How low can we go, Magic Ninja Beats? Pretty low. Pretty low. You can go low. Doesn't mean you should, but you can go quite low. Krayos, welcome back. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that, man. Fact 69, Arrow 69. Yeah, for sure. I'm not here for any feedback. I will not accept it. Ah, ben, crevalo. No, we're happy to see you, Krayos, either way. You're gonna get some, though. Oh, shit! I have a incoming tea delivery. I'm gonna switch it out with my very cold coffee. Thank you very much. What? Thank you very much. It's blue. It's blue tea. Blue tea's a beauty, am I right? It smells so good. You get what I'm saying, Terwilco? Cool, that's good, that's good, that's good. So, that's the first note that I have, is that we need a rearrangement in the radio edit sense. Either way, though, if you're doing it this way, arrangement-wise, we need elements to build. Okay, if you're keeping this arrangement, you need to start adding things progressively. Your song should always be moving forward, whether it's in an interest capacity or in an energy capacity. You should always be building on elements so that your song becomes more and more stimulating, whether, again, interest or energy. If it's not, or if it's staying stationary, your momentum is actually going down. Even if you don't take away elements, the more you stay on the same aspect, like there's this moment where the song plateaus at its current level, like let's say in this intro, and then it just stays there. But there's a moment where even if you keep the same elements, it's still losing momentum and energy. So you need to build stuff. You need to add more and more elements, or different feeling elements that are, same elements that are doing different things. And the vocals in this case are not enough to appease us, to like give us that taste. Because first of all, They're very random. I don't love that, but I get it. And second of all, they're very high frequencies. As a matter of fact, and that sort of transitions to my next point, a lot of elements in this are mixed with way too much high end. Your vocals is one of them. It's very breathy vocals. I would, in this section, I would blend them a little bit more in the low mids, give them a little more low mid energy, and take away a lot more of the high frequencies like 8K and above. Drop that shit down because it's very, very, you know what I mean? It's piercing, shrieking. And in the drop, let's hear what I'm talking about.
Take my words, take all of me tonight with you.
Very, very, way too much excitement in the high frequencies, unfortunately. And in the drop, it's no exception. Here's the drop, guys. Not the drop, but or rather, not the build, the drop. Yeah, so there's obviously not much high end in your speakers or your headphones, Tara Wilco, because these elements are shrieking me in the ears. They're piercing. So you gotta be very careful. This is not pleasant to hear. The drop idea is really cool. Really cool, sounds nice, but the mixing is not dope, unfortunately. We need it to be less shrieky. I'd love to send you another one that has 2 drops, and the second one is crazy, huge dubstep, but I don't have time to stay that longer. I'll definitely be back to show you more stuff. Today I have some hybrid music. Good to know, Krayos. My high end is crazy still. Vocals not that clean. Misses ear candy stuff, and I'm still thinking about how I would play it with 2 drops. Yeah, those are all things that definitely need. Yeah, exactly. This is basically what I've been saying. Essentially, yes. Exactly. Correct. Yes. Also, the dynamic difference between the first part of the drop and the second part where you add your arpeggios is not my favorite. Everything's very dense, especially in the high end. Again, speaking in the high end, those hi-hats and those synths, very, very shrieky. But those arpeggios aren't really coming through that much. They're there, but they're not coming through that much. And the other thing is that it's not different enough, even with the vocals singing, it's not different enough from the previous sections to create a contrast where I'm like, oh, wow, this is cool still. So you're going to want to maybe develop some concepts where the drop itself also shifts a little bit more. But that's why I said to do it 2 different drops, like one that's only like half this length and one that is like a full length but with much more contrast. Either way, even if you keep it this way, we need elements that contrast and that move in and out and things that are different, not just another layer added on top of everything that we've already accumulated thus far. This isn't a snowball, it's a musical production. So we don't want to just roll it until it keeps accumulating mass. We want to actually sculpt it into a goddamn masterpiece. So that's what we want. But I think that's pretty much all that I have to say about your track in particular. Other than that, it's got some good ideas. It just needs some restructuring. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wrote down. So thank you very much, Tara Wilco. Merci d'être venu, de faire partie du stream. Merci d'avoir soumis la chanson qu'on a écoutée. Je suis très down d'écouter notre deuxième chanson. Tu reviendras la semaine prochaine. Je suis là à toutes les semaines. Thank you very much, Tara Wilco, for the track, for allowing us to listen to it. Thank you very much for trusting us with your track. Merci, Tara Wilco, de nous avoir fait confiance avec ta chanson. Merci. Thank you. And looking forward to the next time we can listen to your beat. So thank you very much. Once again, merci. Au revoir. Thanks, bro, pour ton feedback. My pleasure. So Krayos hitting us with the Tavern After the Castle Siege type beat. But before that, we have Dino Spumoni. Is it still politically correct to say WAP? I'm just asking. Not that it matters or anything. Is that like the N-bomb, but like for Italians? I love how you speak croissant. Very kosher. Oh, nah. What if I am Italian, though? That's different, right? Oh, by the way, merci Terra Wilco aussi d'avoir supporté le stream avec des dons puis puis la subscription. Je sais pas comment dire ça en français, la souscription. Ça sonne de la merde, esti. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Very kosher. Oh, nah. Yeah, you can always be self-deprecating. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, cool. But either way, we have Dino Spumoni here. I won't call anyone anything because it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is if your music is good. Is it? I don't know. Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, the session work in progress, which is in the mixing stage, according to Mr. Spumoni. 69 Arrow, you are next, buddy. Get ready. Get ready. Also, awesome name, 69 Arrow 69. Although I hate the show Arrow. It's a terrible show. Let's not lie to one another and say that it isn't. It's not a good show. Therefore, without further ado, session work in progress by Dino Spumoni. That's 2 minutes, folks. All right, so original, really weird sounding stuff, but I don't mind. I kind of like some dubsteppy vibes. Very, very cool. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do is I need to move to the back of my room because that's where my like low frequency sweet spot is. So I'm gonna just go listen to your drop at the back of my room because I might agree with Krayos on this. Hard to say. It's hard to say with this bass. I certainly think there is a whole lot of sub-frequency. That goes without saying. It's hard to say whether it's too much. I feel like whether too low, because I feel like I hear and feel them from where I'm sitting in my like speaker sweet spot, and then when I go to the back of my room, I have more than enough. So I'm wondering if it's just my speakers that are like missing one frequency. Either way, first comment, Dino, is you might want to like add an octave onto your sub frequency, but like an octave higher, so that you can at least accentuate the sub frequencies that you do have. And this could like literally take the shape of like one sine wave with compression and distortion if you really wanted it to, or a square wave, whatever wave you choose. But like it could be that simple, just an octave above the lowest note that you have, just to accentuate what you have. But the low end is pretty satisfying from the back of my room, personally, but I kind of like it. It's kind of weird. It's kind of the whole feel of the song, I feel. It's like the heart and soul of it, which is why I'm like hesitant to agree with you, Krayos, is just because it is like, I like the effect that it has because the kick comes through really loud, even with the very low frequencies. The kicks are coming really, really punchy. But like, I don't even know if I would appreciate how low it could go, because when I moved to the back of my room, I still felt them, but I didn't necessarily hear them at any point, which is why I kind of agree with you, Krayos. Might be something to, yeah, it might be something to look into, Dino, exactly. Okay, one big comment that I have for you. I've been doing a lot of arrangement notes today. I don't know how hard it would be, but the extra bar on the build is doing you no favors. You could snip out one of these bars. With the part with your siren specifically, you could literally cut out an entire bar. So first of all, it'll mathematically add up more closely to the 4/4 grid, first of all, if you remove a bar from this particular section, and from your second drop as well, your second build as well. And second of all, it doesn't need it. Feel-wise, I've already built enough tension by the time it should drop to your hurdle.
Chrome, it ain't easy.
That by the time that gets there, I've already accumulated more tension than I need. So like, if you cut out a bar from each of your builds, it might just get to the point a little bit faster, that much faster, that makes your song feel a little bit better. And makes your drop a little more satisfying too, because there's a false drop on top of the extra long build, the 1 bar surplus in the build. There's a false drop, so it's like it's getting to be a lot of tension. Let's listen to the false drop though. It's cool. It's cool. So it's really, really cool actually. But I don't want that on top of an extra bar, on top of a build that's a little bit sterile. By 10 seconds, we're starting to hear something different in the low frequencies, but that's a long time to just be waiting for the song to build. So that, plus the extra bar, plus the false drop, it's working against you. So I think you want to fix that. One thing will make everything before it and after it so much better. So it's my biggest suggestion. And I think the only thing I got to say, apart from the bass, you might want to look into the bass, maybe test it on a lot of different systems, car systems, home theaters. I have discovered home theaters with the 2.1 systems, especially with the subwoofers, they are super telling of like whether or not we have like the really low end way too loud or not. I love those systems. But yeah, give it a couple of listen on some different systems just to make sure your low end is nice and tight, because we do not want it to be flabby. That's for sure. I think that's pretty much it, dude. I'm gonna like go through this like last little part. Let's listen to the second half of this real quick. It's dirty, it's granular, but it's very high frequency, very, very like shreddy high. Is it my ears that are sensitive to this today or what? Like I've heard this 3 or 4 times in different tracks. You might also want to high pass the bass in the left and right a little bit, just a little bit more. Not much, just a little bit, just so that we don't have the bass coming out of like all frequencies. I think Krayos noted that as well, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong about that. I could be very, very wrong about that. But anyways, yeah. Excuse me. Let's call it there, man. Let's call it there. I really appreciate the song submission either way. It was super original, super weird. The low end is right around 35 hertz. So weird. I have a mono channel on the sub. Then you might have not just there's some of your synths might just not be high passed. It's that kind of thing where like you even routing properly, there are some synths that might fucking sneak through those like routing things. I noticed that happened today for a bunch of like yesterday for a bunch of my bus shit. My bus like programming for drums and stuff. I would route something somewhere and then something would sneak through the bus to the main mix and I'm like, bitch, how? And it was like one bus routed into another, which was like creating this weird effect. And what ended up happening is that my low end was leaking through when it shouldn't have been. It literally, and my drums and my cymbals specifically. So yeah, it's weird, but just take a look at it because it's a lot of low end across the spectrum. So yeah. Either way, not cut enough. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that too. The low end around 35 hertz is also pretty low. That's pretty fucking low. Either way, Dino Spumoni, thank you very much. First time viewer, appreciate you coming on through. Thanks for allowing us to listen to your song, for hopefully being open to the feedback we're giving. Hope so. Thanks for trusting us with your track. Either way, man. Good to see you. Good to hear your art. Looking forward to hearing the next time as well, man. 69 Arrow 69. You're up. Feedback only makes it better. Thank you. You are welcome, my dude. Salute from Germany, bro. Jay the Dawn. Appreciate you saluting from Germany. Thank you very much, man. Can I submit a beat I made? You can get in line and submit a beat you made. Sure. You can command join to join the queue. And then when we get to your turn, we will listen to your song. But not yet. Because we have 5 people waiting. One of which we're going to do right now. Arrow, were you the one to request that I skip the first 30 seconds of your song so that we can hear the last the second half? I'm just trying to remember if that was you or if that was someone else. If someone else is listening and requested that, please remind me who that was. I should have written it down. That was me. Dom West. Thank you very much, Dom West. Appreciate that. Dom West, skip 30 seconds. All right. Thank you very much, Dom West. Appreciate that reminder. I knew it was someone, but we're getting to you, Dom West. All right. Thanks for that. Nicht zur rechten Seite. Seat, I think it's actually pronounced, right? Nicht zur rechten Seite, I believe. If I'm not wrong. I could be wrong. German is not a language that I'm super familiar with, although I find it fascinating as a language goes. Oh, fascinating language, German. And the origin of English, for all those who don't know. The Germanic, the Anglo-Saxon languages are the literal English precedents. So grammatically, German and English are understandably close-ish, somewhat. Except for the way that words are arranged, I feel. Very different. But apart from that, Indo-Germanic, I see. Nicht zur rechten Seite. There we go. I tried. Arrow. Let us listen to this track. The first 2 minutes of it, at least. Let's go!
Fühlst du mich, wenn sie sagt, dass man ihre Feelings nicht erwidern kann? Kennst du das Gefühl, wenn sie dir sagt, dass sie nichts bieten kann? Weißt du, wie es ist zu denken, dass ich sie verlieren kann? Und jeden Tag frag ich mich, fuck, ist loslassen zu viel verlangt? Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, Digga, nutz die Zeit, du bist jung. Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, Digga, nutz die Zeit, du bist jung. Gerade mal 20, die Welt steht mir offen. Mein Vater sagte, mach dein Leben zu deinem. Vergeude die Zeit nicht mit Hoffen. Das Leben wird leider nicht lange so bleiben. Viel ist dran, man wird ja nicht jünger. Mein Herz ist warm, doch es wird schon kühler. Durch den Hass werd ich nur noch müde. Denk mir, fuck, mein Vater ist klüger. Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, die genutzte Zeit, du bist jung. Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, die genutzte Zeit, du bist jung. Du denkst wirklich, ja, der kann das ab. Zum Spaß raucht er im Minutentakt. Ah, der wird schon, ja, der ist ein Mann. Gefühle haben nur Frauen, die Gehalt mit Schwanz. Ich habe Bestes zu tun, hab das Leben noch vor mir. Ich mache das, wonach mir gerade ist, und ja, dabei bin ich halt kein Vorbild. Man könnte meinen, dass du mich gelehrt hast. Ich muss jetzt weiter, auch wenn ich dich gern hab. Ich hoffe, dass du deine Sichtweise änderst, weil meine Liebe zu dir wirklich ernst war. Vielleicht ist es auch das Alter. Bestes Beispiel ist mein Vater. Du magst mich ewig, dich mag er, aber das ist scheinbar nicht machbar. Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, die genutzte Zeit, du bist jung. Aber hör zu, ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug, die genutzte Zeit, du bist jung.
All right. Okay. That's more than 2 minutes already. So I got my notes. I have a couple of notes. So first of all, I do agree with Jay the Don. Your hook is catchy. Well done on that. As a matter of fact, the lyrics, I don't understand them, but the flow is quite good. It's one of my favorite things about your song, actually. The guitar riff is also pretty good, but it's a little repetitive throughout, but it's a good riff. I have to ask here, Arrow, what are you responsible for in this? Did you produce and rap and mix and master this? Because I got a couple of comments about everything, but so you did all of this. This is your baby, essentially, Arrow. Okay, good. That means you have the most control over what happens, which is great, because I got a couple of things that you're going to need to control. First things first, there's this vocal mid-frequency. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's probably hovering between 800 and 1200. Something like that. There's this breathy, it sounds like you recorded without a pop shield, and it's coming through. You're going to need to either scoop that out, or more accurately, what you're probably going to have to do to it sounds like plosives, really what it is, but high mid plosives, and it's a bit annoying. So what you're going to probably need to do is employ a I'm not sure if it's 800, Arrow. I'm genuinely not sure. I hear there's this like sort of mid to high mid frequency that's like coming through because of those plosives. So you're going to need to multi-band compress that frequency in particular, and or dynamic EQ that frequency. Like you might need to do both, or one or the other, whatever you wish, but like we need to control that frequency, or re-record your vocals with a pop shield, which is going to be the easiest thing because you won't need to do anything. You won't need to affect your track at all. But there's weird plosives that we need to get rid of. I'm not the biggest fan of the way the 4/4 beat goes from like halftime to full time on a dime. Not a huge fan of that. I'm talking about this transition here.
Mein Vater sagte, mach dein Leben zu deinem, vergeude die Zeit nicht mit Hoffen. Das Leben wird leider nicht lange so bleiben. Viel ist dran, man wird ja nicht jünger. Mein Herz ist warm, doch es wird schon kühler. Durch den Hass werd ich nur noch müde. Denk mir, fuck, mein Vater ist klüger. Aber hör zu.
Not a fan of that transition, personally. I don't know if that's what the transition you were talking about earlier, Arrow. I don't know if that was you. But if that was the one, is what I mean. Dropped one in the music section. Jay the Don, you won't have to in the music section. You could just do it right here in the chat, but only when it's your turn. Just wait. Don't submit it yet. Only when it's your turn. Please. Bitte. So, okay, so bring the hook rhythm a bit further. I'm not sure. Maybe the 4/4 only needs to be in the second half of the track. That might be a way of mitigating that problem. Maybe. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The other thing that I have to, that I do have to say is your drum sample specifically your snare, not my favorite sounding snare. It's very basic and doesn't really add much punch or dynamic to the song. It sounds like you could find a better snare for your track. Your kick's not bad. I don't have a problem with your kick. It wouldn't be my choice of kick for this texture, but especially your snare needs some work, man. You need probably a better snare sample. Now, my biggest... what did you write? Geschmackssache. Geschmackssache? Is that how you pronounce that? Matter of taste. Geschmackssache. Matter of taste. I suppose it is. I just don't think that it impacts as heavily as the rest of the song. And so I don't know if it's a question of taste or if it's a question of what matches with the rest of the tones. So like frequencies are missing from the snare based on the rest of the instruments that are in the track. It's not so much that I don't think that it can work. I just think that it needs more. I think that's it for that. Yes, my biggest comment for you, Arrow. There's not enough drop in this song. There's a lot of build. There's not enough drop. Your chorus, basically, is what I guess I'm saying. I think you could double your chorus. Please do it at least in the second chorus. At least in the second chorus. But even in both, possibly. Just because the way that it goes, and again, this might be a thing with the 4/4. So the thing that I'm talking about here is that you may have much more success with a half chorus in half time on this part, and then having a full chorus with a double chorus and double time, or rather full time, on the second repeat. So maybe that. But we need longer choruses either way. At least on the first one, at least on the second one, but my preference would be on both, personally. Even if it's a repeat. Like, we need more. It's too much teasing. Way too much teasing. Pan the vocals in the hook. Let's hear that.
Ich bleibe dran, mein Jung. Es ist wie ein Flug. Die genutzte Zeit, du bist jung.
Yeah, you know what you could Arrow, Jay the Don has a point there. You could very well take your vocal doubles, not the main vocal, but the doubles, and just spread them left and right. It would add some big volume, tonal differences for the vocals. Yeah, I think that's it. That box's frequency, the beat 4/4. Yeah, that was weird here. I don't love the transition also between this drop or chorus and the break. I think that's a little meh, honestly. I think you could do better than that. I think that you can add transitional effects. I think that you could very well blend that a little bit better, personally. So I wasn't a fan of the transition in or the transition out of the first chorus. Just for the record. I was thinking about more guitar layers in the first one, and then, yeah, I must layer the vocals at the second. Now I prefer to record them to make a bit of harmonies. Oh, okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that's definitely a case. You could definitely record guitars, guitar harmonies, and give yourself some options there. That would work. That would for sure build the song a little bit more. And vocals, yeah, I think you could very well re-record if you wish, or you could very well just fix the plosives at all. That's pretty much all I think I have to say about your song. Either way, Arrow, thank you very much for your submission. Thanks for letting us listen to it online. Danke for letting us talk about your song, provide feedback, hopefully that you are open to. So thank you very much for trusting us with your track, Arrow. Dankeschön, and we will see you the next time. It's always good to hear some new music in this stream. Always good. All right. Marvin's Womb, thank you very much for being a part of the stream. Thanks for entering the chat, is what I guess I'm going to say. All right, the Dom West. Dom West's turn. All right. Thanks a lot for the feedback. My pleasure. My pleasure. Bitte. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. Dom West. Et Mike, c'est Florian. Florian! Merci beaucoup d'être venu pour nous dire un petit bonjour. Je te passe à souhaiter un bon stream. C'est gentil. Merci beaucoup. Bon, on a eu une coupe de Français aujourd'hui. On a eu des Québécois. On a eu des Français de France. On a eu du monde, quoi. Merci d'être passé. Thank you very much, Florian, for stopping by to say a little coucou. I appreciate that. Oh, Dom West. You with us, Dom West? Super alors. Dom West, are you Je parle un peu français aussi. Oh, well, German and French. That's two good languages. Two wonderful languages. And English, evidently. That's also a nice language. Oh no, dude. The Dom West is no longer with us, and it was his turn. Ah ben putain. Un truc de ouf, quoi. Un truc de guédin. Mais pas bien. Well, it's okay. At least you understand it. It's already, knowing a language is already half the battle. So, that's, or knowing, understanding, I should say, rather than knowing. J'adore rap en France. Orelsan for the win, my dude. Nekfeu, Orelsan, amazing rappers. Amazing. Love those guys. All right, sorry, the Dom West. Appreciate you, yeah, appreciate you stopping by either way, but too bad. We're going to be skipping you. Sorry. All right, follow samples. Hit me up, my dude. Un vrai Parisien. Une formatrice efficace. Yes, mon guide est très efficace. En plus, c'est son frère, c'est son beau-frère qui m'a introduit à Orelsan, puis c'est ouf. C'est ouf. C'est fort. It's really good. If you guys don't know, if you guys like French rap in general, you guys should check out the artist known as Orelsan. 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 So good. Such a creative rapper. I very much appreciate him. And Nekfeu is also like top of the line, top of the food chain, rapping wise in France. I love NTM or Saiyan Super Crew. Popular as well. I'm not familiar with their work that much, but heard of them. Are you serious? Another fucking Baylor? Baylor, I hardly know her. Fala Samples is not in the chat. You are, though. Fala Samples. Bro, don't make me skip you too. And it's not a question of connection because my internet's flawless. It might be yours, though. So if it is, I'm really sorry about that. Balaam damn near killed him. Nice. Good one. I never heard about that one, like the damn near killed him ending. It's always been hardly know her. Baylor, hardly know her. Love that one. Minor, I hardly know her. I'm a fan of The Office as well. I don't know if anybody could be evidence of anything. Nectro official, thank you very much for following. Appreciate that. That is very cool. He must be pooping, but we're skipping. We're skipping. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm sorry. We have people waiting. It's like not my fault. Sing Sony. I didn't see him in the chat either. There's just a bunch of people that bailed. Skip-de skip, skip-de skip, skip-de skip. I think I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna do my standard Sing Sonny. Nectro, thank you very much. Our Discord is open, though you don't need to join our Discord to submit a song, because I think that that's really, like, forcing something upon people that they don't necessarily want. It's just a question of joining the queue by pressing Command Join in the chat, or typing Command Join in the chat, and then you're part of the queue. And then what you're going to do is you're going to just wait until the queue announces it's your turn, which, by the way, Sing Sony, we skipping. Thank you for joining. All right, so when a notification like that pops up, it's going to tag you. So you're going to know it's your turn, and then you'll be able to submit a SoundCloud link similar to what Kreos is about to do now. Come on. No. Ruined. Moment gone. Kreos, you fucked up my timing, man. Oh, Kreos isn't here either. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, you are. Yes, you are, Kreos. Kreos! Don't make me do this. Although subscribers, I let them, I give the mulligan for the subscribers. I should write a list of the benefits of being a subscriber, honestly. Because, like, you get so much shit as a subscriber. You get to miss your turn in line, and I just put you as the next one after. That's one thing, unless you ask for that specifically, like, if you tell me in advance, like, oh, I'm not going to be here, then obviously I'm going to do that. But you automatically get it if you don't respond to the call the first time. You get to submit longer songs. In Kreos' case, we're going to listen to 4 minutes of this 5.5-minute song, just for the record. But that's because it's an old thing. You get to skip ahead of people who have skipped that are not subscribers. You got all kinds of privileges of being a subscriber. And if you're a gifter, top gifter of the week gets to skip the line for free, automatically. Okay, we got it loaded. This one seems like a collab, a collaboration between Grail and Kreos. I don't know why you didn't name it Greos or Krail. I don't know why you didn't. The opportunity was right there, Kreos. First line, first feedback. The artist name. Okay, ridiculous comment aside, this is the second version of the track Black Hole, which you said you're taking a different feel in terms of sound today. I wonder if you were being serious or just fucking with my peasantry. Let's see. Either way, let's find out together, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, The Black Hole by Grail and Kreos. Okay, sorry, I lost track of time. 420. Ha! 420. There. I listened to 4 minutes and 20 seconds of it. Ha! Because that's our follower goal now. So, yo, this is sick. This is this is quite nice, man. This is quite good. It's a good collab. I like Grail's dubstep drop, and I love your trance drop equally. Now, don't tell me that you guys produced the opposite sections, like you were the one who produced the dubstep and he was the one who produced the trance, because my mind's gonna explode. That you're if that's the case. But I really like both sections, honestly. And it fits together. More importantly, I think you guys have blended your tracks, which are like very different in each of their essences. You made it together. So no, but this is the thing, is that I know a lot of producers that like, okay, this is my drop, that's my drop, okay, let's like mesh them together kind of thing. Or there are some producers that like produce everything from start to finish together, which is I have heard both work in an excellent way. And in this case, the fact that you guys made this both together, excellent stuff. Truly, it's very dynamic, very punchy. It's a very nice story. I'm glad that you guys produced it start to finish together, because it sounds like you guys have had influences on one another. And obviously this sounds more like your vibe, and this would, I'm assuming, sound more like what he usually does. But I like that it fits together so well. Tonally, as well as pitch-wise and like melody-wise. Everything is coherent. I love that. Let's talk about the dubstep drop a little bit, because while I don't have a problem with any individual element on its own, I have a problem with the length of the dubstep drop, how dense it is compared to how little breathing room we have. Because it does start, I believe, early. No, it doesn't. It starts after a minute, but we get so many dynamic elements before that that it doesn't feel that way, which is good. That's excellent. Get that like trappy sort of beat coming in hot, which is cool. Okay, this is the build. This is the start of the build here. So the only comment that I have about this drop, personally, actually, I got two. I got two main ones. So first thing is that synth. So that in particular, compared to the rest of the synths, sounds a little bit lower in volume. So I've done these sort of buzzy pitched synths before, and I've had the same problem. If I turn it up too loud, the high end is too harsh. But if I don't turn it up loud enough, it doesn't match all of the rest of the like sort of competing wobbly or aggressive synths. I've had this exact problem happen to me when I was producing a dubstep song once. The way that I found was a good way to like sort of make that synth equal. It was by like just cutting some of the high end and boosting the volume up a little bit overall. And then on the sub frequency, adding an octave and distorting the fucking ever living hell out of that higher octave. So that way we have the tonic, the main note, blasting in the low end in a very aggressive way and pushing it through, and then the high end not being too aggressive because we've EQ'd it a little bit more, a little bit less in the highs, and we boost that volume. So it's like sort of enhancing the frequencies that are already there by not creating too much more high end. That's the way that I mitigated that problem. But because the next synths are so much louder than that one, it sounds like there's almost something missing from that synth in terms of like power or presence, I should say. Cool octave work, love that. The drop itself is building in a beautiful way so far, so I'm loving everything about that. The only thing I would say also is that your kick, it compared to the rest of what's going on, energy-wise and like EQ-wise, the kick is a little like missing a little bit of attack, I think. I think it's in order to compete with the snare that is so super punchy and all of the synths that are all super punchy, we might need a little bit more of high-end attack specifically in the kick. Just a little more click, I think, just to give it some air. And that's it on the kick. But other than that, it's super juicy. Your kick is nice and dense. The other thing about density, this drop does go on for a while, Kreos, so I think that to a certain extent, I feel like it does drag a little bit. Hey, Dom Rocks, welcome back. Join still open? Yes, it is. You just joined, so you know that already. Well, there you go. So you answered the question. Yeah, so I think that the actual drop goes on pretty long, considering that there's a B drop kind of thing, this section here, which in and of itself is quite dense and quite powerful and punchy and very thick in terms of frequencies. May be a good idea to tame some of that, or I don't recommend it necessarily, but maybe making the chorus half as long so that this section makes a little more sense. But I don't like that. I don't like that as an option. That's the thing. It's like I love the drop full length as it is now, but I just feel like the density combined with more density, by the time that the drop lets go and we have a break section, yes, it's more than welcome, but it's almost not enough. Even when we get into the second build here, it's more of this. It's too close together, in my opinion. So I don't know if you want to get rid of this section or maybe cut the drop in half, but it's either way, this drop is very dense for a very long time, so we might want to get to an ear break a little bit sooner anyways. So maybe just trimming down the drop a little bit, even though it's so badass and sounds so cool. I love the wobbles in there. But I think that's all I have to say about your track, Kreos. I think that's pretty much it. The textures, the sound design, it's very loud. It's very loud. Again, I had to turn down my potentiometer a little bit to like deal with it. And I know that this has been a comment that I've had for a couple of tracks, but like loudness is good. Too much loudness is not. And that's my, like, I think my biggest sort of bugaboo, I guess we should say. Yeah, Kreos, actually, I have a question for you. You use a clip distortion instead of a limiter, correct? +4 LUFS or die. Yeah, I know. Your team very fucking loud, and I'm not a huge fan of it because most systems won't be able to appreciate that loudness. But then again, your music is not necessarily for most listeners. It is for people who are bass music heavy. That's what you produce. That's what you do. But Kreos, answer my question, because like I'm curious. I've been meaning to try this clip distortion instead of a limiter because you've gotten me curious about it. But was that you that said that? Like, was that you that suggested doing that? Because I might have a few questions off stream for you to make that happen, because I'd like to try that on a few aggressive mixes, a few metal mixes specifically. It was you. Good. It's you. So yeah, I'm gonna ask you a few questions about that off stream, because I've been dying to try that, specifically with this song that I just mixed there, "Won't Stand Down" by Muse. I've been meaning to try that. I will DM you, absolutely. But for now, either way, Kreos, thank you very much for the submission. Banger of a tune. I'm very excited to see this hit the airwaves. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track, for being open to the feedback we provide, hopefully, because I think that this song is on its way to be a fucking banger, dude. Honestly, the trance and dubstep mixes super well, considering the textures and notes that you guys have chosen, the melodies and stuff like that. They all sync up, and I love it. So thank you, Kreos, as always, for trusting us with your track. Wonderful track indeed. I will not lie to you. So let's move on down the line. I will DM you about clip distortion, because I'm very curious of the effects of that on like metal music, for instance. While we're waiting actually for Jay the Don's track, guys, I just finished recording this one. Check out this fucking juicy ass this juicy ass track. Hey, calm down.
But you have just pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now I'm coming back again.
I know, that's enough. Either way, I'm very happy with the sound of that. That is one of my first ever guitar amps that I've ever owned. A very, very old Marshall, and it still works well. And I mic'd that up right in that vocal booth. I mic'd it up in that place, in this room, in this apartment, and it sounds like that. It's a 20-watt amp with a 10-inch speaker. For those who know what the fuck I'm talking about, that's not a lot. It's usually a 12-inch. But anyways, Jay the Don, I appreciate your submission. So let's listen to 2 minutes of this. Project 42 is what you call it. Let's fucking go. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay the Don, Project 42. Okay, well, the rest is the outro either way, so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool sound. I get the idea. I understand what you're going for here, Jay the Don. There's only really actually a couple of mixed notes that I have that are minor, but before I talk about anything, there's a big note. Your bass is playing the wrong note. Your 808. You're playing the wrong note. So we need to talk about this because it's important that you understand which note you should be playing. So what you're playing right now, I'm just gonna get a synth. My sawtooth seems to do the trick. Shut up, police! So the song is in the key of E, okay? That is the key of your song. Wait, a little louder. E minor is the key of your song. Your bass is playing the C. Listen. You hear the similarity between the note I'm playing and the note that's playing in your song? It's the wrong note. You should absolutely be playing E minor. And if you want to be real smart about it, if you want to be like next level big brain about your bass, you could very well go. Very Darth Vader-y. Okay, but enough of that. But my point is, you could very well switch between those two. You could fuck with that a little bit with the bass. You could go around the scale, but your main note has to be E, because otherwise it's not grounded at all. We are up in the air the entire time of the song. So yeah, big, big problem in that song. We definitely want to fix that, because that's not an option. The other things that I'm going to say are less critical, but also a little important. The synth lead, which is this one, I believe. A little loud in your mix. It's well placed, the frequencies are good, it's filling in the right spots, it's a little loud in your mix. And it's cutting through in a way that's going to, because it's a low mid sort of, and low slash middle mid frequency heavy sound, it's going to step on the vocals when they come in, for sure, hands down. It's going to get in the way, especially if the guy's going like mumble rap. It's for sure going to step on your vocals. So bring that a little bit further back in the mix and do yourself a favor in the future when you get the vocal tracks. The last piece of advice that I have for your song is about your snare. See what happens there. So your main snare is a little low in volume. Okay, you should be able to afford to bring it up almost to match your subs, your kick, your 808s or your kick or whatever you put on. It should be around the same sort of level of volume, but just a hair back because it's a much more aggressive frequency, so you might want to bring it back not as loud. But what's happening is your snare effects are coming in at the correct volume, or rather too loud, even a little bit too loud, which is contrasting with your main snare and undermining it. So it's a double offense here. Your snare effects, all the rolls, they're cool, they're well placed, they're very well rhythmicized, but they are too loud. And they are undermining your main snare, which is not loud enough. So you want to do two things. Bring your main snare up and take your snare effects lower a little bit. If not, leave them where they are when the snare, that is the main snare is brought up. Maybe they'll fit a little bit better. But at the very least, your main snare definitely needs a fixin', my friend. Just volume, just a little more volume. Sounds good though. Your concept is good. I can't wait to see this when it's on, when it's got some lyricists on it. I'm like looking forward to hearing the rap or the singing from this. But so far so good, man. Sounds good to me. Jay the Dawn, thank you very much for your submission, for allowing us to listen to the song online. Dankeschön, my friend, for being open to the feedback as well. And thank you for trusting us with your track. So we are going to be moving on the line. Ja, bitte, mein Freund. Danke. Take care of yourself, Jay the Dawn. Hopefully you can stick around to see the next couple of songs that will be appearing in this stream. Nectro already ready with the link. I respect that. I respect a prepared person. Lodely Bruce. Hi. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that anywhere near what I'm supposed to be. But what you can do is you can... Hi, by the way. You can command join in the chat. You will join the queue. And then when it's your turn, you can do like what Nectro just did, which is submit your track right in the your SoundCloud link right in the chat, and then we're good. That's that on that. So here we go. And I think that that's going to be my last submission for the day, folks. As a matter of fact, I'm going to wait until 5. Until we have 11 and a half minutes. If there's anybody in this stream right now who has not submitted their name by using Command Join and who wants to, do so in the next 11 minutes. Otherwise, I will be closing the stream, closing the queue, and we will finish just the remaining people in the stream in the queue. And then that's that for today. Here we go, folks. The track Get Me High. Well, fine, I guess. By Nectro. He calls it color bass. I like the name of, I like the sound of that that genre. Nectro. I'm looking forward to hearing it, especially considering your name, Nectro, being derivative of the necro, which meaning death. I like it. I like it. Like it very much. Melodily Bruce? No, it cannot be the YouTube link. I've already said it in the stream, but essentially it's bad on my computer. Like my CPU goes wacky because YouTube's crazy. But also, they block my audio when I reshare it to YouTube later. They block your music. They literally don't let me play the thing that's on their platform just to be safe. And it's annoying. So, no YouTube, unfortunately. Let's go, folks. Get Me High by Nectro. Without further ado, this color-based track. Let's go. 2 minutes. Here we go. That's actually just over 2 minutes. Really good with timing, guys. I like to finish it at like loops. You know, at the end of certain loops, I like to let the loop finish at least. It's kind of my thing. I around 2 minutes, I always say, because I like to let the loop finish at least, and you know, that's that. Okay, so not a bad track here, Nectro. I got a couple of comments here. The first and third comments are actually the same and also not the same. So my first comment is that the intro is a bit long. So that's this part right here. 13 seconds for something to change sonically, most people are going to skip. Like 50% of your audience that you would be addressing is going to skip and is never going to get to the most interesting part of your song, which isn't even the next part. It's in a couple of parts. So like 50% of your audience skips now. you know, we need a little bit more development, so a little bit more. As a matter of fact, I think that this intro in general, this whole build might have been a little bit more elaborate than necessary, personally. That's my, because of the fact that the build itself is repeating sections over and over and over, especially synth textures, repeating them and building on top of one another, it's not really conducive to me like committing. It's not different enough from one section to the next. So this section here, it has everything that the previous section had, and then it has a couple of distorted vocals or like muffled vocals with some of the new textures. It's not showing me signs of growth to a speed that would be acceptable necessarily. We unfilter the vocals 20 seconds later. 20 seconds later, bro. And then the song changes drastically with the synth that comes in, that that quintuplet shuffle swing or quintuplet swing sort of feeling synth, which is lovely, by the way. That's a really cool thing. But then it just keeps repeating that same pattern for how long? Let's start. Where does it start? 39 seconds? Where does it end? Until the drop, basically, which is like 40 seconds later. Man, there's just a lot of repetition of the same elements and not enough contrast quick enough. It's like I would have personally put this synth in earlier as like a teaser, and then cut it, and then put it in sporadically, and only put it in repetitively right before the drop. Like I would have strategically inserted it instead of it just looping for like 40 seconds. Most of our audience by this point when they hear it, the energy drop and the same elements that are there still repeating, the rest of our audience that is still with us up until this point is going like, okay, where's this going? And I'll give it to you. I will give it to you, Nectro. Your drop is awesome. I have no notes about your drop. It's super cool and it's really awesome. Wonderful, wonderful drop. Super interesting, super appealing, super stimulating and energizing. Wonderful, wonderful. But there's so little of it. This is my last comment here. There's not enough drop and too much build in your song. The balance needs to shift, at least to be balanced for this particular texture, because you have so much build in this song, and the only two parts of that are drop in your song start at 117 and they end at 142. That's 25 seconds. Your song is 3 minutes and a half. That represents, even if your drop, which seems to be of equal length on the second half, and I have not gone into it, but if it's the same length, then that represents 1 minute. That's 1 minute out of 3.5 minutes. That represents like almost a quarter of your song. Not only is it like very not a good idea to start your first drop after a minute, but to give us less than a quarter of the time that we're waiting for the drop in actual drop time. Ooh, that's, you're asking a lot of your audience to give you like credit and to like stay listening to the end of your song. Because a lot of people are just gonna go like, well, no, that's not enough. That's not worth it enough for me. So after that first drop, ciao, bye. More drop, less build, more strategic build, less elements that repeat themselves over and over, and more elements that build one element into the other that creates this shape. I don't want to hear this, then this, then this. Like, this is better than just this, yes, but I prefer it going smooth, or at least like exponential or logarithmic, than just going this. Oh, then we move weight on that for some time. Oh, then there's this. Then we do that for some time. Then there's this. Then we do that for some time. Then there's the drop. Okay, thank you for, like, let me take my bullet notes and let me understand this song in a more logical fashion. That's not possible. So, my recommendation to you is definitely give your song more flow. Remove some elements, cut that intro, like, by half. You don't need more than that for considering what you have in there. I would cut that intro in half and find a way to build those elements progressively over 45 seconds, not a minute and 15 seconds, max. But that's my own 2 cents. That said, very creative drop. Love the textures that you've chosen. You've chosen very original sounds. Color base is a good way to put that. It does sound very chromatic. That is an onomatopoeia where you define one sense by using another. So like using a visual term to define an auditory term, that's onomatopoeia. You guys have learned something today. Either way, I love it. I love the sounds that you have put in there. Now we just need to shape the actual wave that is your song into something that goes wah, rather than here, 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 here. You know, like, thank you for the letter. But either way, Nectro, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song on the air. Thanks for hopefully being open to the comments that I'm giving to you. I'm on your side, and I want your song to just sound awesome. So hopefully that that is some of the things that can help that happen. Because otherwise, you know, what are we doing here? What are we doing other than helping each other out, you know? So thank you, Nectro, for trusting us with your track. Either way, it was a lovely, entertaining thing to listen to at this time. So it's getting there production-wise, but I have no doubt that it can arrive there safely at its destination of musical perfection. I believe in you because the evidence is there. Like, you're literally showing me the building blocks that you want to work with. And I'm like, yeah, this is going to be a sick building, Nectro. This is going to be a sick building. Just need to know in what order to put things, I think. This is the biggest thing. Biggest comment. Dom rocks! Dom motherfucking rocks. Dom rocks? Yo, 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 yo! What up? Welcome, and welcome back as well, my dude. Dom Rocks is a long-ass time fucking viewer and listener as well to my stuff as well, and has been submitting stuff basically since the streaming, this channel started doing feedback. Basically since then has been doing it for all intents and purposes. Musical perfection, oh yeah, but Cassin's Corner has been just a little bit longer. Cassin's Corner was with us before we hit affiliate. Cassin's Corner was watching us cook shit, literally watching us fry fucking cook madames and breakfasts with sausage and bacon and carbonara, watching us cook. We could still do it technically. We still have the equipment to do that, but Cassin's Corner, Thomas Cassin, is a streamer of his own kind as well. One of our OG viewers from the start of the stream, even before affiliate days. Goddamn, Thomas, good to see you once again, my dude. Always a pleasure. Sorry that I missed your last one, man. It's busy time with D&D, I'll be honest with you. Like, not very busy work-wise, but I'm filling my time with something like something that will like occupy my mind. Otherwise, I will kill myself. All right, folks, here we go. Give Your Love featuring Paul Salem. I'm assuming that Paul Salem is the one who did the vocals and the piano, and that's why you put it in that order on your track title. That would make sense. So here we go. Dom Rocks, my dude, one of the OG submitterers. We're gonna listen to this. We're gonna listen to have this track. About half of this track. Do you prefer first half or second half of this, Dom? What do you prefer? Prefer we listen to the back half, or the what are we doing here? Just to make sure that we're not playing the half that you don't want us to play, or that we're not playing the half you don't want us to play. Go first half. All right, let's fucking do it, ladies and gentlemen. Dom Rocks featuring Paul Salem. Give Your Love. Let's go. All right. I would want to keep going, man. That's a good track. You write such interesting music, Dom. Makes me really want to continue listening to the song. It's things that like are either unexpected or unexpectedly familiar. You know how to play between those two things. Also, I'd like to say, I've spoken my mind, guys, in the past about producer tags. And I've stated very clearly, not my thing. And there is a reason for it. I say you can sign your music in a much more creative way than just saying your name in a sexy woman's voice or like a weird fucking voice. Or putting a sample in that's like DJ Khaled-esque. There's such a more creative way to do that. And this is such a clear demonstration of a signature that is like clear. I know who wrote this based on one aspect, and it's this echoey guitar, because Dom, you've identified yourself with it so much in the past with your compositions that we don't need a producer tag. We know this is Dom Rocks that wrote this, right? That chord, the way that you played it, the way the delay comes in, the sound, the texture, the mixing, that is a signature of yours now that I recognize it, Dom Rocks. And I am super happy about that because it can be fit into the composition of a piece such as this one. So guys, when I say fuck producer tags, this is what I mean. You can be doing this. You can be working on a compositional signature that you include in all your songs in a genius way. Or you could just say, DJ Khaled, we the best. You know? Come on, do better. Do better. You're a producer. You're a producer. You're a musical phenomenon. That's your goal, right? That's what you want to be. Be it. Do it. So, Thank you, Domrox, is what I'm saying. You're demonstrating values that I have, that I share. I do have a few comments about this in particular. The bass, a little heavy-handed on the low end here. Fighting with your kick, which is also very low resonate-y, so you might want to dial it back a little bit. There's also some low mid frequencies. Now I hear you've probably applied chorus to your bass. Unless I'm mistaking it, you have filtered your chorus, you've sent your chorus to a bus, high passed that, and applied chorus. You have filtered your bass on a bus and filtered that with chorus as well. Now, because of that, it is no chorus. Oh. Well, then in that case, your high end, like there was one of two options, chorus, or there is a mid frequency, like I'm gonna say 800 or 700, that is a little bit too edged up. It's sounding like very Rickenbacker from the 70s bass, which is a good thing, but it's a little too much personality considering how much bass frequency it's taking up. It's occupying way too much energy, in my opinion. So that's the only thing that I would say about the bass. The bass itself sounds nice and fat and juicy, but I would notch it down by like 1 or 2 dB in the low end. And in your like those mid-high frequencies that I'm hearing that bass play, those are not loud enough in the low end and too loud in the high end. So it's this weird thing that's happening where like your bass seems to have less impact on the higher notes, on the higher strings, but for the bassial frequencies. So I don't know if that's intended. That said, I know for a fact that those high mids in that really pronounced way is cutting through a little bit and stepping on the very breathy vocals that are occupying that similar frequency pocket. Let's look at those vocals now.
Fast and slow.
Yeah, so we need a little tiny bit more low mids from this vocal, just a tiny bit more. And I literally think that taking away that obtrusive sort of mid frequency from the bass, or not taking it away, but just, you know, EQing it out a little bit, will leave that space. You might not even have to add any mids to the vocals. But I think either way, around the 200-300 range for your vocals could use a little bit of a nudge because they're very breathy and ethereal, and that's nice. It's occupying beautiful places in the mix volume-wise with regards to the high end. Beautiful. But it needs a little bit more gumption, I think, in the low end, personally. And I love how the dueling guitar and vocal are bouncing from one back to the other, like, awesome. Usually I wouldn't be a fan, but it's like spilling into one another in a beautiful way and filling each of their empty spaces. It's such a call and response type line, and I love the way that it fills space with a constant lead element. There's always constantly something to be attracted to attention-wise, and meanwhile there's that bass going boo. Boo, 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 and it's just constant pedaling on that same line. So it's lovely. Love that very, very much. So well done with that, dude. I gotta say. Follow Samples, welcome back. You did miss your turn, unfortunately. If you'd like to rejoin the queue, technically I'm going to close the queue, but I'll let you join if you wish. Join back in line. We have Domrox, Marvin's Womb, and then Melodily Bruce, and then it would in theory be you closing us up. But you got to decide because I'm about to close this queue. So your call, Follow Samples. I don't think I have much else to say about it. All right, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Follow Samples will be our last of the day. Thank you to all whom joined and whom contributed. Whoops, not next. My mistake. But still, either way, next. That one is next. Thank you, Marvin's Womb. We will get to you. But I wanted to look at this little break here. Dom, you have no business writing transitions that cool. You have no business making these transitions sound so awesome. I'm sorry. This is super breathy, super spacey, super futuristic, alien-y. There's the fucking vibe of a sexy Marvin Gaye song underlying in the background. You have no business. You have no business writing music this good, man. What the hell? No, truly, I love it. I love it. That was a beautiful transition between one section and another. Super creative, and still allowing us to feel like sort of removed from the song in a way that like gives us breath, gives us a little bit more life, so that when we get into the next section, we have the energy to like vibe with the song. Lovely, well executed. I love it. I love that. But yeah, as for the rest of the song, I don't think I have anything else to say. Let me just hear that. You went Phrygian! Oh, I love you, bud. I love you. I love you. You do such great music. You are such a great musicer. Man, that's awesome. Truly, I appreciate it. I appreciate your music very much. I think you write some really cool shit. Phrygian dominant for sure, man. That is the scale to have gone with. It's good shit. Again, little notes here and there, a couple of bass fixes, a couple of overall frequency fixes, and the song's pretty much fucking ready, man. This is a lovely piece, man. I can't wait to hear this one released as well, man. Well done. Thanks for your submission. Paul Salem, good singer also. Don't know who that is, but good singer. So well done on that. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to that online and provide feedback. Thanks for trusting us with your track. As always, Dom Rocks. That is wonderful. We are moving on to Marvin's Womb, which is a very funny name. We are going to just move right along. We have this queued up here, ready to go. Sorry, by the way, Marvin, for calling your name next sooner than I should have. It was I entered the wrong command. Should have closed the queue and I nexted it. But here we are. That's better. Romeo and Juliet, produced by Classic, and this land is... Okay, sure. So are you the vocalist on top of this, Marvin? Are you the person who sang the vocals on top of this? Is that what's going on here? Just curious, because we're going to go into this thinking about it. Reply when you're ready, but either way, we're going to play this. We're going to play 2 minutes of this at least. Marvin, Moro Marv, the artist known as Moro Marv. Romeo and Juliet, here we go.
I'm the Romeo to Juliet. Saw the weakness in my love before I knew it yet. Thought I found the perfect match, but this ain't Cupid yet. Keep on hoping for a change in the scenery. The night's league just with one eye open. I know you're bound to kill me in my dream, but you're the only happy place I need. It don't get no better from here. No, it don't get no better. Lies that I've been fed, for worse or for better, left me for dead. Warfare on my heart should've nabbed me till I bled. All I see is red. When the going gets tough, can you handle the truth? I'm passing time with the Zans, getting high cause of you. I put my feelings in the song when there's nothing to do. I put my all into this bitch cause I had nothing to lose. I let her eat me alive cause I just love being used. Her words, they choke me around my neck, think I'm in love with the news. Her fruit is poison, know it's bad for me, but I can't refuse. She gon' drain me, same time give me a boost. Am I ready? Ask me, am I ready to die? Birds of a feather flock together, are you ready to fly? I'll keep my soul for now, I think I wanna give you my life. If we don't fix it now, I'm hoping it gets better with my time. Use me at your desire. Your heart so cold, but you set my heart on fire. You stole my love, and that's a crime you got prior. Double cover that walk, it coming forth like some tires. Oh.
All right, that's about 2 minutes. I'm gonna write my last note here. All right. So, you are the singer on this track. So I don't have anything to say about the production to you directly, but boy, do I have to say things about the production. The drums that were produced by whoever produced this, they're really not the best samples that could have been chosen, nor are they mixed really appropriately. The prod in general is not really, it sounds like a meaty version of like an alternative song, and it doesn't really sound like well produced or executed. It sounds like the guitars themselves are meaty as well. It's not really good sounding, in my opinion. My other problem with this is that, Marvin, it doesn't really match your voice that well. The track that you're using, I get it, like chord progression wise, you've written your vocals around this track a little bit and it works, but the texture of your voice and the texture of this song don't mesh well. I'm just trying to be honest, because I think that there could have been better choices track-wise. I feel like your voice is more suited to, especially with all of this tuning, all of this pitch correction on it, your voice is far more suited to tracks that have either properly recorded instruments, such as actual drums or actual guitars, or straight up all in on the electronic sounds, so completely redesigned drums, completely redesigned synths, things that do not sound like instruments, things that sound like sound design. I think that either way in that choice of like a track for your voice, those would be better choices for you. Your song does not really sit well lyrically or vocally with the track behind it. So that's my first comment. Actually, that's a couple of comments, technically. As for the vocals themselves, let's say we decide, fuck it, we're going to use this track anyway. We're not going to listen to me. We're not going to take these vocals and put it on to another track as I'm recommending you do. Let's say, fuck that advice. Okay. Your vocals are very wordy and very repetitive and very in the same tone and tonality throughout the song. And very similar rhythmically throughout, but more similar note selection wise. You have kept using the same melodies over and over, essentially. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like there should be some sections where you go low and talk about lower notes and then go higher notes. Like, not necessarily those scales, like the bluesy scales that I'm used to, but there should be more of a difference between the pitch of your song in the higher sections, the more energetic sections, and the lower sections. Now, if you don't have that range, you don't have that range, but at least go a little lower, because everybody has a little bit more low range, and then bring it up high as you have it here, only in more hype sections of the song. Note selection wise, I'd recommend that. Also, harmonies. Let's talk about harmonies for a second. Let's see where there's harmonies in this track.
I'm the perfect match tonight, down to kill me and my better. I'm pedal, I put my own, just love me and refuse. She gon' drain, I'll keep my soul for night. Your heart's up, don't wanna feel. I'm throwing up on my jersey, I'm sick of lugging.
You have a lot of places where there's a lot of harmonies. Oh wow, hold on a second, I just noticed. God, it is sounding like a meaty track, dude. This sounds like a meaty file. I pray to God that you didn't pay someone for this, and that is you're crediting them just out of respect, because this sounds very meaty-ish in general, this track, I'll be honest with you. Like, producers can do better for you, and they can, this is doing your voice dirty, is what I'm saying. Yeah, your harmonies sound like they're kind of just on or off. It doesn't really sound like you're putting much thought into them.
But you're the only happy place I need. It don't get no better from here.
And it's the same note. You're just don't get no better for me. It's like, I feel like you could put more thought into the actual melodies themselves where they can actually follow your vocals a little bit more sometimes.
No, it don't get no better. Lies that I've been fed, for worse or for...
You have this backline melody as well, which is not really... It's not really complementing your voice that well. It's not doing it for me. It's not doing it for me.
Better left me for dead. Warfare on my heart should have nabbed me till I bled. All I see is red.
And this is the other problem. I don't know where the chorus is. So like I have a lot of comments about this song here. Unfortunately, Marvin, it's like not great, the production or the thought of the arrangement, because I can't tell what the chorus is. I can't tell what the verse is. I can only guess. And that's because the vocal melodies don't really change. The lyrics themselves, there's a lot of them. There's a couple of good ones. Like I noticed there's some lines in some sections where I'm like, oh, cool. Like you use words, your writing is not terrible. It's just, I feel like the arrangement and the selection of your voice and where it should appear and how could be edited thoroughly. And that's my, again, I know singing to a certain extent, so I know like where it should or shouldn't appear, but your vocals on your chorus should be a little simpler, a little bit easier to sing, a little bit more anthemy. Your vocals on your verse can be more complex, but there should be like sort of like an AABA or AABC or AABB sort of structure. And I'm not seeing those repetitive sort of themes come up. I'm seeing a lot of variation, but all within the same very limited square. So I'm thinking, yeah, you need to maybe rethink the way these melodies are coming in one after the other. But your melodies themselves, they're not bad when you analyze one after the other. Just all together sounds very, just kind of the first draft. It sounds very first draft. So does the musical production, but I don't blame you for that. But Marvin, if you can choose a better musical piece to back your voice, please do so, because this is the equivalent of a MIDI track. It's like default MIDI instruments that are well mixed. I'll give them that. They're well mixed considering what they are, but they don't sound very greatly mixed. Like there's a threshold for so much better quality out there. And I think you can achieve that. Either way, Marvin, I gotta say, thank you for allowing us to examine this track in detail. There is some tracks that are just ready and like sound great, and there are some other tracks that just need a whole lot more work. That's okay. We all learn from these experiences, and as a matter of fact, I'm appreciative of the fact that you would submit a song like this so that we can look at some very common mistakes for vocalists and for instrumentalists alike. It's just very easy to do any of these mistakes because we don't think of it, or we don't know necessarily the conventions that will help us and help our track succeed in the market. So thank you, either way, Moromar, for submitting the track, allowing us to listen to it and provide feedback. Thank you for trusting us with your track, as always, man. Thanks for actually being the first time here. You are one of the first. You are one of the first people who. This is the first time you're tuning in on the stream, is what I'm trying to say. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. Melodilly Bruce. I'm so sorry. Before we start, it's a Polish song, so you won't understand the lyrics, but you know, feedback is appreciated. I cannot provide lyrical feedback on Polish lyrics because I do not understand a word of Polish except pierogi. No, it's perohe in Polish. I think that's the only word of Polish that I actually know. No. Cześć. I think. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'm so bad at this. Polish is not a language that I'm familiar with, but I love it. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, We have Melolibrus. Chase hey. Yeah, okay, I thought so. That was like the only word I was like, is it? Liberas, the artist known as Liberas, and the track Codeine. We will listen to 2 minutes of this. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Ona bierze kodein, nie chce suki kurwa zabijać. Jak passenger seat pusty, no to pojadę sam. Ona lubi zło, z tobą będzie jej lepiej. Przy mnie traci głos, przy tobie nie chce siedzieć. Ona lubi spać, tam będzie lepiej. Ja wolałem grać, byłem zdany na siebie. Teraz jeden cel, wychodzimy na ziemię. Ja przez to musiałem cierpieć, za to był dobry mód. Dlatego chciałem jej więcej, w zamian dostałem ból. Mówili, że będzie dobrze, to się nie mogło udać. Ibuprofen by nie pomógł, jakbym miał tonąć w bólach. Ten statek dawno poszedł na dno, szara pogoda. Dobrze, że została ze mną, chociaż cała załoga. Ona krzyczała mi pomóż, nie chciała już tego chować. Przepraszam skarbie, lecz dla mnie to chyba zbyt głęboka woda. Ona bierze kodein, nie chce suki kurwa zabijać. Jak passenger seat pusty, no to pojadę sam. Ona lubi zło, z tobą będzie jej lepiej. Przy mnie traci głos, przy tobie nie chce siedzieć. Ona lubi spać, tam będzie lepiej. Ja wolałem grać, byłem zdany na siebie. Teraz jeden cel, wychodzimy na ziemię. Kurwa jak ja mam, teraz coś czuć. Skoro jak ja dotykałem, to ważniejszy był róż. Zamknięta jest w latarni dusz, twoja babe. Czuję chłód, to nie hit, bardziej serce, a nie vape. Ta dziwka...
Alright, that was the end of that phrase. So that's about 2 minutes either way. So you're right, I have no advice to give you lyrically. I didn't understand a word. That's cool. But what's good is that when you don't understand the lyrics, essentially you're paying attention to everything else. So it's like almost not a distraction. So you're keeping a keen eye on everything else, which is why I noticed a few things. First of all, intro. I'm not a fan of the intro that loses energy before gaining more, unless it has been already built up in energy. This is what I mean by this. Let's go to the top. So we have sub, we have that piano, sort of very resonating piano. That's the elements that we have so far. And a few like very sparse notes. We add the vocals, we add that sort of minor 7th chord. Then we take away the sub. We have not, like, I feel, and this is my opinion, I feel like we have not earned the trust of the listener long enough to take away the sub so quickly. Does that make sense? Even though I understand that your song drops pretty quickly after that. I understand that. It's better to get to it quicker than to take away something. And then, like, this is the thing. You have the sub here for as long as you don't have the sub here. And I feel like, again, we haven't earned the trust of the listener in order to really, like, take that sub away and make us go like, oh yeah, what's next? It's like, we barely know the personality of the song and you're already stripping away some of it. Not recommended. Your song loses a bit of momentum that way. The other thing is that the contrast volume-wise between this part, which is riding around minus 20 dB and hovering and like peaking at minus 15, compared to this, which is hovering around minus 5 and peaking around minus 2. That is too much contrast. Like, I understand keeping it around minus 10. I understand that's that's still a lot of contrast, but I understand it could have a great amount of dynamic difference. This here is like almost, we're jumping how much contrast there is. It's kind of like making us jumpy a little bit. So I'm not a huge fan of that jump in that way. There could have been a better transition if you want to keep this at this very low volume, which again, I don't recommend considering you're just losing momentum here. But if you want to, fine, transition this better. So that's that. Yeah, that when the drop does happen though, your main vocals are missing low end and have too much high end. I'm hearing a lot of this excessive high end today. Is it just me? I'm hearing this repeated in a lot of different songs, that there's like a lot of high end in a lot of different songs. It's weird to me. Maybe it's just my ears that are more sensitive to it, but your vocals are a little harsh in the high end and do not have enough low mid. So fix that in the EQ, I suppose. I think that's it though. Did you produce this as well? Melodily Bruce. Did you produce this as well as rap on it? Or actually, what was your role in this? There's one vocal main, like a high end, and there's like a second vocal under it saying low. That's fine, but your vocal main has too much high frequencies. It's like too high EQ. I did not produce this. It's from YouTube, but I rap on this. Okay. Okay, fine. But yeah, I think that there's just too much high end on your main vocals. Like the high end is way too harsh. So you need to fix that. Either way. And then the ones that are under it, that are lower, they need to either be turned up, or you need to re-EQ your main vocals and they need to be turned up. So what would you do with the vocal? No. So what I would do is I would cut highs, number one. Then I would boost 200 hertz, around 250, 300. Between 200 and 300 hertz, depending on the personality of your voice, I would boost that for your vocals. And the under layers, the low second vocal that you have it that is sung low, turn that up a little bit as well. We need to accentuate the bass in your vocals and take away a little bit of the high. So we need to do both. So that's it. Let's just continue down this section here. Ugh, producer tags, gross. I like your work with your vocals there, with the effect, like the bouncing between the main vocal and the affected vocals. That's cool. Also the pitch difference between like, ooh, my voice just cracked there. Very drastic. It's a very, very stark difference between the la na 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 na. Those are very, very big contrasts. Maybe find a way to write melodies that go like na 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 na, something like that, that will build up to it instead of jumping between the octaves. You can jump between the octaves, that's not a problem, but you do it a lot, and I would prefer that you sometimes jump between the two and sometimes like build your way up. It's supposed to feel natural for you to jump between one octave and the other, and right now it's feeling a little artificial. So I think that you need to introduce more middle notes, just a little bit. It's like a Broken Heart song, so I thought contrast would give it like a Broken Heart vibe. That does happen, but too much contrast is also like jerky. Like, it's a weird way to say it, but it's very jarring. So we want both contrast and the contrast of contrast. We want lack of contrast as well as contrast. We want to play between the two. So sometimes it's good to have that really stark contrast, but sometimes you want to build to that. Again, you want to earn your listeners' trust before that contrast. In general. It's not a specific rule. It's not a general rule for all music, but for the most part, it works as a good like baseline. Because again, jumping between the two octaves is cool, but it's a tool. And if you overuse that same tool, it just kind of gets repetitive and jarring, really, is what the word is, jarring. And I think that's it, man. I think that's pretty much all I had to say about what we listened to in your track. I just want to hear this part. Okay, I've seen that before. I've seen that before where you like literally slow down the track that you've already recorded and make like an alternate verse that is slowed down. I've heard that before. Cool. Cool, I guess. Not my thing, personally. I would never do that to one of my songs, but I get that it's a thing that happens, so cool, I suppose. Well done, either way. Melodilibrus, artist known as Liberas, which is a lot easier to say. Well done on the track Codeine. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online to allow us to provide feedback. Hopefully, noting that feedback, but also taking it in stride and applying it, because this will be for the betterment of your music. Thank you in general, Melodilibrus, for trusting us with your track. Folks, we are going to, thanks for your advice, my pleasure. My pleasure. We are going to move on to the last one of the day. A returning champion, Fala Samples. One who ducked out and ducked back in. Pregnant? That makes me think of that video of the guy pronouncing pregnant in the way that everyone spelt pregnant. That's funny. Unfortunately, our queue is closed for the day. Fala Samples. Didn't you ask? Weren't you the one to ask about? No, that was, I think, someone else. I don't think we don't do YouTube, my dude. We don't do YouTube. We do SoundCloud only. Sorry, man. Again, I've said this like 3 times in the stream, but you weren't around for most of it, so I'll repeat it. YouTube blocks my audio when I re-upload these songs, or this stream, onto YouTube. It recognizes that it's a YouTube video, and it blocks the audio. So, there we go. There we go, SoundCloud. All right. I translate for you. It is not my best song in terms of mastering vocals, etc., but it is the song I wanted to share with you today. Okay, sure, yeah. Leyendas del Rap. You don't have to translate. I think I'll understand. But here we go. Let's listen. We made the song last night between a friend named Kuro and I. It takes us 8 hours to produce. The music of the instrumental is inspired by a classical music requiem we did ourselves. For the lyrics, we have added different mics from Spain and Latin America. Different MCs from Spain and Latin America. They are extracts in which they have done freestyle, and we have managed to get a hold of the a cappella. Sorry for the length of piece, and thank you for taking the time to listen to it. All right, let us listen to it. We're not listening to 12 minutes, I'll tell you that. We're listening to 2 minutes of it, as we always do. So let us listen to 2 minutes of this song. Without further ado, Begush. That's a great artist name, Begush. And the track, Leyendas del Rap.
Hijo mío, got right here. I see you, Holmes. I got my man Mucho over there. I got live niggas over there, though. Oh, yeah.
Voy para arriba y para abajo con el boricua del carajo. De derecha a izquierda está rulando hierba. Tócalo mucho, Heineken fresca. Curvas y rectas, it's the shit, la mierda. Hierro, cuerda, controlando, observa. Culos y tetas, muévelo cerda. Que ladre tu perro que a la que muerda lo mato. Sube el volumen que tenemos para rato. El Prat es mi barrio con un DJ en los platos. Que tenga tacto, Stony Talk, exacto. Sonando en tu carro y en la línea del bajo. Tengo el blunt en los labios, suelto el humo y me relajo. Cuenta hasta 4, rimando exacto. Mezclando la pista como el hachís y el tabaco. En Negrata estoy viviendo como en Grand Theft Auto. Te vuelco en el acto, sé cómo va el aparato.
That we make you a believer. Mucho toca, got that chiva.
Nosotros te volvemos creyente. Mucho y toca para mi gente.
That y'all stay in your lane. Mess around, Holmes, we gon' start saying your name.
Será mejor que te quedes tranquilo. Llegaron los flacos guapos, chino de estilo.
Lona, old school like Anacaona. Reppin' East New York to Barcelona. Claro, llegó el caballo with a boner. Simón, un limón for my Corona. Mucho gusto, flavor con robusto. Man, they have no idea what's in the bulto. Catch them all minutos. Oh my God, si tú supieras. Touch beat, putting it down donde quiera. Cocotazo, come hit you with a piedra. Es como lo hago, Tony tira trago. Call me anything except vago. Stay getting chavo, the rap Ricky Ricardo. Ran out of ammo and started throwing bottles. Y'all fuckers know the motto. That we make you a believer.
All right, that's 2 minutes. I'm not going to be doing 12 minutes. To be fair to everybody else who submitted a track on this stream, we're not going to be doing 12 minutes of this. That said, it's cool. The production, I guess, could change sooner in the sense of, like, I don't necessarily love the loop that just repeats itself over and over without variation. I feel like you could do a little bit better than that production-wise. The raps themselves are really cool. I feel like some of them go off time a little bit. In a cool, artistic way that catches itself back, so I don't have a problem with it. But it is a little bit off time in some areas where I'm like, okay, sure. But yeah, like I don't necessarily know who would listen to 12 minutes of the same loop. The second part is drumless with no loops. Let's listen to how that sounds. Okay. I don't know necessarily, like, this is obviously like a DJ set. So live, this would fly. Live, this would fly. A DJ that spins this, because there's a lot of variation between the songs, artists that appear on it. Live, this flies for sure. But I don't know of anybody who would, like, put this on without skipping to a part of the song that they like and then not listening to the rest, because 12.5 minutes is a long-ass song, man. That is long. Why don't you make like 3 or 4 different songs that have all different feels? Again, sounds like a DJ set to me. Make like 3 different songs with this. You have the time, you have the space, you have the rappers, and you have the artistic differences between the songs. Fucking split this up and I'll listen to it on 3 different weeks, but there's no way I'm like, this is like a saga. This is something that you have to be ready for and sit down to like you're listening to a vinyl record. That's a lot, bro. I don't necessarily love... Yeah, I know what a mixtape for sure. I know what a mixtape is. But like a mixtape is many different songs. You gotta understand that, like, when someone says, hey, I want to listen to that song... You know, Rapper's Delight was an 8 or 9 minute song back in the day. And that was in the 80s when that was like, when that worked. You know, like, this sounds to me like a DJ set, which is essentially what a mixtape is. But like, split it up, bro. I don't know. What is the purpose of combining all of these different MCs onto the same track? Is it because you think that everyone will get more exposure? Is it because each rapper complements the other? Like, what is the functional reason to have a song this long with so many different artists on it? Like, what's the purpose? I'm curious. For business, for fun. Okay. I mean... Yeah, sure, okay. Again, I know people, like musicians, I know artists who would listen to like mixtapes like this, and like specifically because they're looking for stuff to like put in a DJ set, or they're looking for stuff to sample. Like, I know artists who do this kind of stuff, for sure. But I think that you can have the same... like you can have just a higher enjoyment listening to shorter songs than listening to one long one. Like I say, if I know, first of all, I'm not a listener of Latin rap in general or Spanish rap in general, so I don't know any of these names. So that's number one. A lot of people don't know a lot of these names that you have here on this list here that you told it that you listed here. That's something you have going against you. Okay. You now need to make that accessible to everybody, I guess, so that everybody enjoys the music the same way that you enjoyed making it, I suppose. But yeah, if someone sent me this song, I would do exactly what I did today, which is listen to 2 minutes of it, and if it wasn't interesting enough for me to move on, all of the artists that appear later on in the song would unfortunately not get my attention. That's the problem. That's the only problem. Whereas if you as an artist send me like three or four different songs, I might be more inclined to listen to each of them separately. But I'm telling you as a listener, I'm not the artist. I don't know who these people are. You sent me a song that you wanted me to listen to. I'm not necessarily interested in moving forward down the song more so because it is a little bit repetitive in its nature, sound-wise, like instrument-wise, but also because there's so much. I don't necessarily know how to appreciate all of the differences. But that's just me. That's just me. Like, again, I'm not necessarily a listener of people who do this kind of stuff. Oh, hey, what's up, Level 100 Gaslight? What are you saying? I told you that I have 400 short songs. I told you that I want to show you today. No me raye, tío. Okay, sure. Está bien. Like, dude, all I'm saying to you is what I would love for your music. If you don't want feedback, general tips. I don't think he was looking for input and just wanted to share. I mean, fine, but like, what are you doing submitting to a feedback stream? Like, okay, that's cool, but this is like, the title of this is Studio Feedback Sessions, right? Like, did I do something that I wasn't supposed to by providing feedback? Because, like, yeah, like, I don't necessarily exactly know what you're expecting of me. Feedback for the long of a piece. Make me know... What? Defeats the purpose of the stream a little bit. Make me no sense. It's okay. It's fine. Yeah, like, that's my point here. It's not just a promo stream. It's... The purpose of this is to provide feedback. And the problem is that people like General Tips, by the way, what's up, General Tips? I saw your messages from earlier. Sorry, we couldn't get you in today. But the problem is this, Follow Samples, is that people like General Tips and Level 100 Gaslight, who come in when the queue is closed, might have had a spot on today's feedback stream so we could actually listen to their songs instead of someone submitting a 12.5-minute mixtape. What was the purpose? It's like, you know? But yeah, it's fine. It's okay. I don't need promotion. I mean, then what are you doing here? I'm just curious because I offer input. You don't want it. You come here and you share the song because you want to share it with us, but then you don't need promotion. I just don't know why you have submitted today. It's unfortunate because, again, there's other people who would have wanted to submit and would have wanted feedback, and I would have happily given your place to them had you didn't want feedback. So what is it that is the point of this? I guess. Koshi DNB, sound is a little bit more drums. Sound is a little bit more drums. Mastering is a bit thin. Vocals are okay from the master, but a little bit too loud in here. Melodies are a bit thin. Complete it. Need a bit more cleanness in the drums, I think. I mean, sound a little bit more. I don't know what you mean by sound is a little bit more Drum mastering is a bit thin. I get it. No le entiendo, no. Yo también. Yo tampoco, I should say. Drum mastering is a bit thin. I don't agree at all. I think the drums are super thick. The vocals are okay from the master, but a bit loud. That I agree with you, actually. The melodies are a bit thin, yes, and they're not. They're very repetitive. Complete it. Need a bit more cleanliness here in the drums, I think. I agree that the drums themselves could have been a little bit cleaner, but I actually like the thickness of the drums a lot, personally. So yeah. I don't know what else to say here. Follow the samples. It seems like you're here for a couple of different reasons. I don't know what exactly you're looking for. The loop was good, just needs more variations. That was the first thing that I said, that the instrumental seemed to repeat itself a little bit. But yeah. Sounds like, follow the samples, sounds like you could use a little self-editing. That's my biggest comment to you, I guess. It sounds like you could very well cut your tracks down and reduce your time a little bit, reduce what you're asking of your audience a little bit, because 12.5 minutes is a little too long. The textures themselves weren't necessarily out of place considering the style of rap. I mean, actually, I enjoy Spanish rap a little bit. I enjoy Molotov, actually. Now that I mention it, Molotov is actually one of my top Mexican music. So I guess I know a little bit about rap in Spanish, but not much. So maybe I'm just not understanding what the purpose of a 12.5 minute mixtape is. But that's just me. Either way, I'm not going to repeat myself anymore. Thank you, Follow Samples. Thank you very much for submitting the track. Either way, 12 minutes are a little bit long. Big time, yes. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online not really for being open to our feedback, I suppose. But you know, whatever. They're legends of rap in Spain. One of them died 6 years ago. Well, that's nice that you did a tribute to the legends of rap in Spain, but that doesn't make me want to listen to 12.5 minutes of Spanish rap more. I just like my own preference. I took tracks audio from Acapella from Freestyle Records. There are no original songs. Yeah, no, I know. You did mention that from the beginning. You're doing a whole mix. I said what I said. So no exist that piece and not know this guy's together in a mixtape. Cool. I did for myself enjoy. I'm glad that you enjoy yourself. If I may, I'm very bad in Spanish, so I'll try. La música está para todos nosotros, no solo para ti. Estamos todos preparadas a escuchar tu música. Si la música es muy bueno, pero está un poquito repetitivo. Es todo que dijo. No es que yo no tengo apreciación para los mixtapes o todo el tipo de música que está el rap, pero what is it? Doses? No. I forget how to say 12 in Spanish. 12 minutes is a lot. 12 minutes is a lot, dude. Me gusta lo que escucha. Hay grandes productores aquí. Las has tomado conmigo, no entiendo. La has tomado conmigo, no entiendo. Oh, that's okay, man. I'm trying to speak Spanish, but I'm not very, very good. I'm better in Italian. That's my main language, so I can't really translate more than that. But I guess my main thing here, level 100 Gaslight, no, I'm not trilingual. Well, yes, actually, I am trilingual. English, French, Italian, and I'm starting to practice, I'm starting to practice Spanish a little bit. I think he was offended by the feedback. Yeah, I think he was. I'm trying to tell him, like, break your song down into multiple songs, multiple mixtapes. It doesn't seem to be communicating. That's okay. I have no problem. How many languages you speak? I just mentioned that. I also want to learn German so fucking bad. But first I gotta figure out Spanish. I gotta practice Italian, let alone fucking German and Spanish. I'm not offended. Really good. Good. I'm glad. I'm not here to offend. I'm here to provide feedback. But if you don't want feedback, I'm sorry, man. I can't help you. Koshi DNB, I'm German. Well, welcome. Willkommen. Bitte. Fuck! I used to know how to say welcome and thank you for being here. But I'm sorry. Yeah, but, yeah. Sorry. Guten Tag. Yeah, that's the easy one. But wouldn't it be Guten Haven in Germany right now? Because it's like evening right now. It's like late evening even. It's like Guten Nacht. It is a fucking nighttime. It is Gute Nacht right now. Guten Abend. Abend. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, folks. I could talk about language all goddamn day. I really enjoy languages in general. But I think that that's pretty much going to conclude our stream for the time being. Wonderful to have had. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So Gute Nacht is good night, and Guten Abend is good evening. So right now, if it's Germany is 5 hours ahead, it's like 11 p.m. in Germany right now, which is Gute Nacht, right? That wouldn't be Guten Abend. I don't know what to say when. That's my big thing here. It's like, I know the day, evening, and night, but either way, it's midnight. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's actually 6 hours ahead. My bad. My bad. Folks, we're going to call it here. I appreciate everyone whom submitted and whom was part of the stream. Thank you very much for all the contributions. We had a lot of fun today. I love this one. Funny stream. Little funny, right? A little weird. But nonetheless, it got weird there. I'm sorry about that, Gaslight. I don't know exactly what it is that I said that was not, that was possibly abrasive. Might have been just lost in translation. It might have been something that, like, las tomado conmigo, no, like, I didn't take anything with you, dude. Like, I don't, like, this is what he's saying. He said you took something with me. I don't understand. Or you have something. Las tomado conmigo roughly translates like you have it in for me, essentially. And I was like, no, I really don't. I'm not going to listen to a 12-minute track. Exactly, Gaslight. Possibly, but submitting a 12-minute mixtape is kind of going against the point. You know? Kind of seems like he got no views and wanted someone to listen. Well, I'm not going to do that. Especially considering everyone else that submitted and that was like, yeah, these are the rules, that's cool. I'm good with it. Like, I'm not going to entertain 12 minutes when everyone else was okay with 2. It's just 6 times is too long. It's too many times, bro. It's too many times. Anyways, once again, I appreciate everyone's presence today. It was wonderful. We love you all, and we will see you at the very latest. Yeah, facts, I don't know, at a certain point, you have to take advice. Or you don't. I mean, or you don't. You don't have to take advice. But, like, at least don't be mad that the advice was given. You know what I mean? Like, that's the worst thing. You can say both. Most say good evening to say hello. I'm late on your stream. Good night. I was here to go to bed. Now it's adoption. Now it's an adoption. Oh, that's nice. Well, thank you guys either way. These Twitch streams are gold. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do my best to keep it that standard. But here we are. Either way, folks, thanks again. We'll see you at the very latest next Tuesday. Might do another stream before then. Might have time for it. I might come back on and show you how I do some of my projects, if anybody would be interested in that. Possibly. So we will see you one way or the other very soon. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Later.
totally miss you. I really fucking miss you. I'm all alone all the time. Dude, I totally miss you. The things we did together. Where have you gone? Totally miss the honesty and special times, and honestly I totally miss the fucked up thing you do. Dude, I totally miss you. I totally miss you. Dude, I totally miss you all the time. And special times, and honestly I totally miss the fucked up thing you do. Dude, totally miss you. Dude, I totally miss you all the time. Totally miss the honesty and special time.